This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. With carefully worded legal terms and patriotic sentiments, President Donald Trump on Monday announced an emphasis on prosecuting people who burn American flags. While Wyoming's 2 U.S. senators voiced their approval, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a leading First Amendment expert in the nation said prosecutions stemming from the order would be unconstitutional.
Trump's executive orders are really careful about, we're going to do this controversial thing, but we're going to do it within the confines of case law and what's legal and what's allowed. So they try to thread the needle, but even so, with his Monday order against flag burning, a top speech attorney professor in the United States was like, it's still unconstitutional. And that's because Trump tried to bootstrap flag burning to other non-speech offenses like property destruction.
The order calls for the U.S. Attorney General to prioritize prosecution of the nation's criminal and civil laws against American flag desecrations that happen in the course of other tangential crimes. Firefighting crews working a pair of uncontained wildfires in western Wyoming can expect some help from Mother Nature this week. Late August is usually hot and dry, perfect for turning Wyoming's forests and grasslands into tinderboxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this week will be abnormally cool and wet.
These firefighting crews are finally going to get a little bit of help from Mother Nature here with these wildfires, especially the 2 burning in the western part of the state. Although they really haven't grown a whole lot in the last couple of days, they are still 0% contained. At least that's what they're reporting. So they're burning pretty hot. But the weather is really going to come through for them. Don Day says that pretty much for the whole week, they can expect it to be cooler. It's going to be more humid. And he won't guarantee it 100%, but he says they'll probably get some rain.
In response to the Dollar Lake and Willow Creek fires, Governor Mark Gordon signed an executive order Monday declaring those emergencies. A Maryland case of New World screwworm in a human being illustrates an important fact about the flesh-eating parasite that has the agricultural world on edge. The individual has since recovered, and there's so far no indication of any transmission to humans or other animals, but alerts have gone out across the nation nonetheless to other agricultural stakeholders. That includes Wyoming agriculture and veterinary officials who told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean they're mainly pushing awareness right now, as well as heightened vigilance across the livestock industry.
In Wyoming, ranchers probably feel pretty safe. We're pretty far north. This is a tropical pest. It requires hot temperatures, moist environments. We don't have either one of those things really most of the time in Wyoming. But they have been seen as far north as North Dakota in the past.
Screwworms were once common in the southern U.S. up until the 1950s or so, and they cost the agricultural industry millions annually. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
For 1 week in June, hundreds of Wyomingites across the political spectrum galvanized under the leadership of a purple-haired, outspoken female PhD from Laramie. Representative Carly Provenza has become the face of the Wyoming resistance to a proposed public lands sell-off. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to Provenza, who along with Representative Mike Yin is holding town halls across Wyoming.
They arranged the town halls uniquely so that the arrangement is discouraging to hecklers, right? Because you walk in and you're expecting a stage and this preachy politician and everyone's going to kind of listen and then maybe shout. That's not the way they have it set up. You're supposed to respond to prompts from Provenza and Yin about the Wyoming you want to see. One of the prevailing themes that just kept surfacing Thursday was we're concerned about keeping public lands.
The listening session meetings started in Cheyenne earlier this month. Provenza and Yin went to Casper on Tuesday, Lander on Thursday, and are planning at least 7 more stops in 7 more towns in the coming weeks. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily. Sorry, my mic was unplugged. Maybe somebody's trying to send me a message. You sound better when the mic's unplugged. Wyoming senators cheer Trump's order against flag burners, but is it legal? Short answer, no. SCOTUS has already ruled on this twice. Why are we going back here? Wyoming ranchers on guard following human screwworm case in Maryland. We're trying so hard to keep this screwworm out of the country by analyzing cattle that come from Mexico, and some doofus brings it into Maryland like a human filled with screwworm. Dude, you just ruined it for everybody. First case of the flesh-eating parasite fly. Ground zero is some dude that brought it to Maryland. Traveling in Central America. We should just ban travel to anywhere like Central America. That's what Trump should be worried about. Never mind the flag. Let people demonstrate. It's the American way. We're going to talk more about that today, but people have it wrong in their mind. IMO. Yes. In my opinion. Even our own senator has it wrong in his quote. And we'll talk about that later. But first, the travel ban to anybody coming back into the U.S. from Central America, similar to COVID in Wuhan. If you're going to believe there really was COVID, and they still say it's just an aggressive flu, then no one from China should have been coming into the U.S. from day one. Not a single person should have been allowed to come back. And now with the screwworm, I'm a Maryland. I'm a U.S. resident in Maryland. I want to come back I was just in Honduras. Sorry, you shouldn't have went there. We have a screwworm problem, and they need to be, all right, they can come back, but they need to be deloused. Like, they need to go in the chamber. The astronauts go in when they come back to Earth, and they need to hold their hands up like this, like when you get aboard the airplane, and we need to delouse them for flesh-eating flies. Oh, God. How can you have the screwworm in you. What were you doing in Central America? This is very not American of me or understanding of me, but man, when this screwworm gets in the country and takes hold, none of us are going to be able to order a $40 steak anymore. It's going to be a $400 steak, and it's going to be wiggling with worms. The screwworm, once eradicated in the 1960s, is back thanks to one doofus who came back from Central America to Maryland and didn't realize he was riddled with worms. Dude. Cool weather could help the fires in Wyoming. Should. Probably will. The M18 pistol, 6-hour M18, is back in use at the Air Force Base, but is the damage already done? 6 Hour has a lawsuit on their hands, I would think. A pistol that supposedly on the internet, and this might be urban myth, but a pistol that goes off by itself. Whoops. Like the slightest jar and this gun will shoot when nobody touches the trigger. That's the rumor on the interwebs. And 6 Hour's been dealing with it. I don't know if it's true or not. You got to go case by case scenario. 6 Hour defends this weapon every time they hear about one of these reports. 6 Hour says it's just not true. These guns don't go off. Like, prove it. Show us. And in the case of the Air Force military branch that oversees F.E. Warren Air Force Base, and there was that accidental shooting that killed somebody, a 21-year-old. And as soon as that happened, the Air Force there in Cheyenne said, okay, that's it. We're getting rid of these M18s. Nobody's going to carry the 6 Hour M18. We don't trust them. They go off by themselves. We find out weeks later, it wasn't an accidental discharge. In fact, somebody has been arrested or detained or questioned after lying to authorities. Somebody was goofing around with their gun, it looks like. The Air Force isn't releasing any details, any names, but now it turns out we have a person of interest. No charges have been filed. We have an incident where no details have been provided, but apparently somebody at first lied to authorities about what went down that night when a 21-year-old was shot dead. And I'm willing to bet that it wasn't an accidental discharge. It was somebody goofing around, because now we find in the story from Claire McFarland, after fatal Wyoming incident, 6 Hour M18 pistol is back in use at Air Force bases. So they lifted the ban on this firearm. In other words, it wasn't the gun's fault. Meanwhile, what did this do to 6 Hour sales of the M18? Well, the M18 is a military model of the very popular P320, I think. It's basically the same modular handgun system. I think it's available military use only. Still, 6 Hour's reputation has been soured. It's been 6 Houred by this whole incident. You get a fatal shooting at an Air Force base. Then the gun's use is banned. They go recall everybody's sidearm. And that news sits out there for weeks in the news cycle. That had to be damaging to 6 Hour. And now we find out it may not be the gun's fault. They're back in use. 3 candidates have been tapped to replace Darren Smith, the Republican from Cheyenne. This is the seat that the state Senate seat. It covers parts of Laramie County and all of Platte County. Smith had to resign from that SD6 seat earlier this month when he was nominated to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Wyoming. And he awaits Senate confirmation. Don't make any plans, Darren. You might be there a while. He awaits Senate confirmation, which could come, I don't know, maybe by the end of the year, maybe not. They haven't been exactly moving too fast on that. Top 3 vote getters, top 3 candidates to replace Smith: Roy Burt of Wheatland, Taft Love of Cheyenne, Jeff Barnes of Cheyenne. More on that later. Democrats, Representatives Carly Provenza, Mike Gim, the 2 most prominent, notable Democrats, the 2 of 8, right, that are that represent the legislature. There's not many, but these are the 2 most outspoken. They're holding town halls across Wyoming, trying to make Democrats relevant again. And I won't get into it yet. More on that later. Mark Hines says, don't necessarily trust your Onyx when you're out there hunting. That could be off by a couple of yards. Yeah, these things aren't fail-safe. The GPS system, Onyx Hunt, is what everybody uses pretty much, all the hunters. And if you're going to do corner crossing, or if you're going to do hunting at all, and you want to know exactly where you are, maybe you're bordering private property and you shouldn't be there, the Onyx could be off by not only feet, yards. Like, oops. Onyx users say they give themselves some leeway. Some give themselves some leeway. Yeah, it's not exact. That's why I don't use Onyx Hunt, which is through your phone. If you want to be super accurate, you got to get a real GPS, not an app on your phone. That's kiddie stuff. That's a toy. And I don't want to ruin Onyx Hunt sales any more than Sig Sauer, but it's for certain people, not necessarily hardcore users. I have not found it usable where I live. It may work down there in Platte County where Wyoming is flat as a board, but it don't work where I am in the mountains. You can't get a signal. It doesn't work. You need a real GPS unit from, let's say, Garmin. Garmin's my preferred. It has an antenna. It has some signal strength, and it has several satellites it looks to hook up with, and it works just about everywhere, and it's more accurate down to the foot. Onyx accurate down to yards, give or take yards. My GPS Garmin to the give or take a foot or 2 tells you exactly where you are on Earth. I also don't like using my phone as the GPS, because now my phone has to be on, draining battery like crazy. My GPS unit takes 2 AA batteries. And I can carry extra batteries if they run out, but I can do all day and night on 2 batteries of the GPS and have my phone turned off in case I need the phone in an emergency. I don't want to be using the phone for a GPS. I don't get the people that use Onyx Hunt on their phone, on their app. I don't find it usable in all situations. I don't find it accurate. And I don't want to use my phone for yet another reason. Some people use it to take pictures and videos of their hunt trip or their hiking excursion. Meanwhile, it's constantly on trying to find a satellite so it can do the GPSing. And then you got to make a phone call with it. And good luck when you need to make that 911 call because you're stranded. Oh, I'm lost. I need to call. Oh, I got 0 battery. Yeah. Guess why? Carbon County was dark for 16 hours. Substation hit by lightning. Well, at least the kids got out of school. Rocky Mountain Power reported that customers were without electricity for 16 hours or more Sunday into Monday. 7:07 p.m. Sunday when a storm moved over central Wyoming. And lightning struck a substation. Zap. Next thing you know, kids' schools cancel for Monday. Kids cheered. Wyoming truck drivers are among the best in the nation. They just had the National Truck Driving Championship in Minnesota. Jessica Smith was there. She drives for FedEx out of Riverton. Others were there from Wyoming. 425 drivers in all competed in contests, mostly concerning maneuvering and parking your big rig. Can you do it without running over some rubber duckies? More on that later this morning. Wyoming Classical Academy opens a new $15 million school in Mills. Hillsdale College member classical charter school. So it's part of the Hillsdale College umbrella. And this new Wyoming Classical Academy is doing pretty good. 380 students, 35 staffers. And that school is highlighted in a story by Dale Killingbeck in the Cowboy State Daily. This stuff and more today, and we're going to get to all of it as we roll through the day. First, the day weather forecast. Slight chance of rain in Casper in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, 84 today. Riverton, a slight chance of rain about 3 in the afternoon. Partly sunny, 84. Evanston, rain pretty much certain today with a high 73. Green River, rain likely, cloudy, 78 the high. Pinedale, areas of smoke in the morning, and then rain might chase that out of there for you, so that'll be good news. In the Pinedale region, where they're dealing with the Dollar Lake fire, 72 the high in Pinedale. Alpine, areas of smoke with a high 79 and rain on the way. DuBois, chance of rain, mostly cloudy, 70. Jackson, smoke today, rain likely with a high 75. Thermopolis, slight chance of rain late afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, 85. Cody, you'll top out 82, partly sunny with a slight chance of rain, maybe around 3. Buffalo, mostly sunny, 82 tonight. Sheridan, 87 and sunny skies. Gillette, mostly sunny, 83. Newcastle, 80 with sunshine. Torrington, partly sunny today, 84. Lusk, 79 and sunny. Cheyenne, patchy, dense fog early in the morning, then chance of rain in the afternoon with a high 72 in Cheyenne. Fog for Laramie in the morning and rain in the afternoon, 72 the high also. And Rawlins, chance of rain mainly after 3 p.m., otherwise partly sunny, 78. That's a forecast, little mixed bag there. Some places sunny and low 80s, some places cloudy and 70s with rain. Depends on where you are. Don Day will provide more info later in the show with a day weather forecast. Let's take our break. Get Craig Johnson in here. Greg will be here in a moment right after these words.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Greg Johnson here, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Greg, there's coyotes in Central Park again, and there's bears walking through restaurants in Lake Tahoe. There's all kinds of wildlife stuff going on today. I don't hear you. I hope it's not because of me. Which it could be.
They're taking over, Jake.
There you go. Animals are taking over, huh? I thought the robots were going to take over the world, but
robot animals. Those are robot animals.
They're robot coyotes. Somebody should check them, trap them, and DNA test them. Could be.
You see that the player on the Cardinals who got mad for striking out. He got mad over the pitches, threw a fit, then threw his bat.
That
was hit his own coach in the face with it.
Oh, well, either that was a while ago, or there's two incidents of bat throwing.
This was last night.
Okay, no, then that's another incident. There was a major league player, and I think he was demoted to AAA, and during a game there, he didn't like the pitcher and threw the bat at him. And
yeah, I did.
He got suspended.
I remember
for a few
that.
games.
Yeah.
And so you're saying last night there was another, he struck out, he threw his bat and accidentally hit his own.
The Cardinals, he struck out. Then he was arguing. The call got tossed. And he told his bat the whole time. Then as he's walking away, he throws his bat. And it hits one of his own coaches in the face with it.
Oh, boy. I did see that. I assumed it was just another story about that same incident. Okay. Well, that's bad. We talked about, it starts in Little League when the Little Leaguer hits a home run, throws his bat. I mean,
That's right.
When you're 12 and you're learned it's okay to start chucking your bat wherever you want, look what happens. Yeah, that's not a good look.
No, it's not. I was just thinking that. It's not. It's not a good look. It's not good any way you slice it.
Yeah, and if this guy is borderline Major League Baseball material, like if he's hitting below 250, I cut him right now. I'd send him to the minor.
Yeah, well, that's what happened with Shiloh Sanders.
Yes,
I mean, he's an undrafted free agent. When you're an undrafted free agent, you got to do something.
Yeah,
that stands out, and you do something that stands out for the wrong reason. That they have no that they'll cut you in a second. And that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'm hearing that they may take him back for some reason. But yeah, same thing. Well, see, you're under no financial obligation. Obviously, with this baseball player, he's under contract. I don't know for how many more years. Still, there's plenty of teams that will eat a contract and say, we don't need this guy. He's toxic. and they'll put him on waivers. I would put him on waivers today with that behavior. See ya. Unless he's a superstar, and then you got to coddle him.
Yeah, then you reward him. Then you bump up his contract.
Yeah. Wait, who is this dude? Let's check his batting average. I'll tell you right now if we ought to cut him.
What?
Give me a name. Let me go to Yahoo Sports. They'll have it.
Winston Contreras. Wilson Contreras.
Oh, yeah. He's actually a baller. Okay. Well, you can't send him down.
Yeah.
He's going to be under.
He went in the dugout and he tossed a bucket of candy out onto the field.
Oh, Contreras. You know better than that. Yeah. He's actually He's
a designated hitter.
Threw a bucket of candy. Yeah, well, he just had a moment. He had a meltdown. No doubt. Yeah, he's actually a player. You're going to have to hang on to him and get him some counseling. I don't know. That's too bad. I'm trying to find his stats right now. But yeah, he's somebody. He's hitting 261, 19 homers, 72 RBIs. I mean, he's a ball player, and he's doing this as a catcher DH, which you need catchers. Catchers are hard to come by. 33-year-old. He's been in baseball for a while. He knows better. He just had a meltdown. It's Angry August. We're all about at the edge of our ropes. Dog days of summer,
What do you mean by that?
Huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you probably are not.
Making me mad.
What are you saying? Well, sometimes you get me, Greg. I can't. You're good at acting.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
Well, I don't know if it plays in Cheyenne, but in the service industry of Jackson, which is 90% of us, are somehow catering directly or indirectly to tourists in Jackson. And in the service industry, it's a well-known Angry August is like when we've had it. Like, we were so polite in June and smiling and welcome to Wyoming. And by August, we're like, ugh. Get your food yourself. The servers are like, they're done.
I tell you what, I was done yesterday. I mean,
really?
I don't have time during the day. I mean, we're so busy. We got stuff coming in all the time.
I know.
But I had to take off for a few minutes. I had to drop my vehicle off to get the hail damage fixed.
Oh, finally.
The appointment was yesterday. They're going to keep it for about 10 years.
Yeah.
But part of the deal was my insurance also pays for a rental car while they're doing it.
Oh, that's pretty good. Mine doesn't.
So I called the place yesterday morning, and I confirm, and I already confirmed last week too, but I confirm again. All right, we're set up. I got the car is set up for today. You're meeting me at the place at 2:00. And they said, yeah, but you need to, it's all set up. We should be there. You need, but call before you go, because then we'll know it's time to go. I said, okay, fine, but it's 2:00. You have the car, right? It's this a reserved, a certain size and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, it's all set up. So I leave. It takes about 15 minutes to get there. I leave. I call. The entire time it takes to get there, I'm on their automated. We're helping other customers now. Please hold.
That's a bad sign.
And it's on there for so long it times out. So it finally says, "No one can take your call. Goodbye," and it hangs up.
Whoa!
By that time, I'm in the parking lot of the place. Supposed to be there. They're supposed to be there. I don't have time to screw this, so I call them back. Does it again. I go in, I get the paperwork done, call him back, does it again. So 3 times I'm on hold for so long, it times out. Finally, there's somebody at the place who said, okay, I could take you over to the rental car place.
Good idea.
in my back of my head, I'm thinking, well, I mean, if I can't even get them, I don't want to get over there and find out that they're screwing up and there's no car or something. Then I'm really out of luck. And just then they finally pick up.
Oh.
And so, okay, we're on our way. We'll be there in a while. And I said, what does a while mean? I mean, I need to get this done. I'm missing work. I have a lot to do. I'm getting farther behind every minute I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so does a while mean you're leaving now? You're leaving now? And they said, oh, yeah, we're leaving now. And they didn't, because I'm sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally, I get to the point, I go in to the shop and I say, look, it's obvious they're not coming or what's going on, but I can't wait any longer. Just give me my key. I'll have to call and we'll set it up so I can bring it in at another time. I said, all right, I've got the key in my hand. I'm walking back out to go, and I'm just fuming because they're, and then they pull up in the car. And so I go back in. It's okay. They're here. They give me the car, and it's not what I had reserved. It's smaller, and I'm a big guy. I need enough room in the car. And I said, I verified it this morning. I call, and I think it's you that I talked to. It was the guy. He told me you had it. And he's like, well, I'm sorry, sir. We're busy. I was like, I'm busy too, man. What is this? So I'm just fuming at these guys and everything, and it put me behind. It put me behind, and I didn't. It took me till like 9 o'clock to catch up. And so I get back, and 5:20, I get this text message, automated text message. Thanks for choosing to rent with us at Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Customer service is our top priority. We want to ensure your rental experience.
They want a rating, right?
An excellent one.
Yeah. Please take a moment to rate your transaction with us. Oh, I don't think you want that.
Oh, man.
Well, I was gonna ask you without telling me what company it was, but yeah, okay. So it's not. I mean, it's one of the biggies. It's not like it's some fly by night. Yeah,
it's Enterprise.
Oh,
I'm not worried about it because, as everybody in journalism knows, if you're telling the truth, it's not can't do anything about it. But,
have you seen that? Do you watch Seinfeld?
Yes.
This Seinfeld episode where
I wanted to do
as
that.
a rental. Yes. And they say, sir, we understand how reservations work. And Seinfeld says, I don't think you do, because a reservation assures I have a car reserved, and he really gives them the business.
That's right. And then they go, do you want the insurance?
He's like,
yes. Because I'm going to beat the hell out of this car.
Yep, I'm going to need the max insurance because I'm going to abuse this thing. Yeah, that's a great scene. The frustrations of car rental.
I tell you what, I felt like Steve Martin in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles at the rental place.
Yeah, you just couldn't connect anything.
He goes out there and finds that the slot is empty. There's nothing there.
Right.
And he gets back there and he drops like what is it, 20 F-bombs or something. I want an effing car, an effing Ford, an effing whatever. Give me a car.
Yeah. That's not good. That's not good. It's like airlines overbooking planes. What do you mean you overbooked the plane? I mean, I'm supposed to, it's bad. It's a bad thing when you don't get customers say, we don't have the car and we're not. And their excuses, we're busy, like you're not. I know what you're saying. When you can't afford to be doing nothing for even 10 minutes, that's time you could and should be working. And it puts you behind.
Not picking up your phone for 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's lost time for you. I get it.
I double and triple checked. I mean, I did everything that I could have done to make sure they were there on time.
So now
verified it. Oh yeah, we're good. We'll be there. No.
Yeah. And you're probably towards the bottom of the list because you're not paying, I assume, top dollar. Your insurance company's paying. So maybe they shuffled you down the list.
Yeah, they probably have a different rate for that.
He's not priority. He's paying a low fleet rate and he's way down here. We won't worry about him. Yeah, that sucks. Well, now you're stuck with that thing for probably a long time. Like you said, hail damage, fix your car. That'll be a little while. The body shop.
Well, I'm hopeful I'll get it back sooner rather than later, but they said it could be like up to 5 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel your pain. That's not good. How are the fires doing? You've been watching those. I know that Dollar Lake fire has got the governor's attention. That thing is growing pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right. They're going to have a lot of good weather this week, though. It's going to be cooler. It's going to be humid.
Yeah.
Probably some rain, and not just like for a few minutes. It's supposed to be that way most of the week.
Yeah, that's going to be really welcome news. And that fire,
Dollar Lake was it started Thursday. And so far, the estimated cost is $4.6 million on it.
I don't know how they figure that out.
Well, they bring in these type 3 teams, type 2 teams, whatever type teams. They got it's all on formula. This many personnel and this and that. So they have that estimates.
Yeah, you're right.
They're almost to estimated 15 million for the Red Canyon fire.
Oof. So, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to talk to State Forester Kelly Norris, and I'm going to ask her, one of the questions is whether or not this isn't a good fire, so-called good fire, the Dollar Lake. I've been in there a lot, and I've camped in there at Green River Lakes where the fire is headed, and I'm sure they've told everybody at that campground, get the heck out. But that fire is, there's very little out there threatened. There's a outfitters camp. But basically this is wilderness, and fires need to, lightning caused fires need to burn every now and then. I'm thinking this is a so-called good fire, but you just don't hear that term anymore. There's this push to put every fire out. This one's not going anywhere. It's not going to burn a town. It's not going to burn much of anything other than forest. And I've been in there, and it's dry as can be. In fact, the last time I was in there, they were piling up dead logs and brush and saying, take this for fire. Well, like free. Take it home with you on your way out. Fill up your truck with logs.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. There's beetle kill in there.
Yes, a lot.
An outfitter said, there's a lot of dense overgrowth and stuff there.
Yeah,
there's a lot of fuel for it.
Yep, and I don't wonder if this is one where you kind of wanted to burn, but boy, they're getting after it. They got a couple hundred on it, and one of the interagency teams, another Nevada team, fighting this one, Nevada 5. Yeah, just stay safe, everybody. And this week's weather will help.
Yeah, I was calling and talking to someone. They're on that Nevada 5 team, and I had talked to them before that team was on the Red Canyon team before a higher level team moved in, and so they moved over.
Yeah.
They hop around.
Yeah, those poor guys. And you think, they're not just Wyoming locals. They weren't sitting around the last 2 months waiting for a Wyoming fire to happen. They started their season months ago where the fires start first, Arizona. They're on the north.
Time out. It's like truckers.
Yes, they time out.
Be on for a certain amount.
But their season takes them all around the West. And they've already done Arizona, Utah. They've probably been in California fighting fires, and now they're in Wyoming. And then hopefully, in another month, they can finish up and go home, relax a little. Boy, I think the horse is out of the barn and the damage is done with Sig Sauer. I feel sort of bad for Sig Sauer. The M18, the pistol is back now on the Air Force Base after it was initially halted, banned, whatever you want to call it. And it turns out, I mean, there's so much of this incident shrouded in mystery, but, a 21-year-old is shot dead. Originally feared an accidental discharge because the Sig Sauer M18 has this rep, at least on the internet. Is it true? Sig Sauer denies it all the time when they say, "Oh, this gun went off by itself."
But it's not limited to just this. It goes back. Mark wrote about it a while back with these handguns, and apparently there is some kind of a thing with them where it can get worn down, and there is
something to it. Yeah.
There's something to it.
Okay. Even with something to it, though, it probably wasn't in play in this incident, yet that gun was off limits for weeks. And now we find out there's a person of interest. There's no arrest made, but there's somebody who was lying to authorities during this event. And now the gun is back. So, I mean, I'm connecting the dots, and maybe it's not an accidental discharge of the firearm. Maybe it's...
those dots aren't there to connect it that way. You just don't know from what they've released.
Well,
it still could be. All we know is that they say, apparently somebody witness or something in that incident lied or gave false information. But it doesn't mean that didn't happen with the gun. It likely didn't. Who knows? I mean, the fact that they brought it back, who knows? Maybe there's some kind of easy modification you do to it or something like that to be able to bring it back. But the fact that they suspended it in the first place tells you that that they were concerned about it, that it wasn't just this thing happens once and automatically they think, oh well, the whole, we got to hold back on the whole deployment of these weapons.
Yeah.
So it had to have been on the radar.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, you got to be sure with that. I mean, you can't.
I know, but with the lack of details, then I'm left with my own imagination to figure it out. And I got a 21-year-old who the original story, probably from an eyewitness, is, oh, he just set the gun down and it shot him. And now you
don't know that. You're just making that up.
I know I am, but what else do I have? A 21-year-old is shot dead because his gun went.
Is we just don't know. We can't speculate on that.
Who's the dude that brought screwworm into the U.S.? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Thanks a lot.
But go ahead and speculate, Jake. Who do you think it was?
It's somebody from visiting Honduras who came back to Baltimore and gave us this flesh-eating fly back. We thought we got rid of this thing in the 1960s.
Give it to people. People are getting it. I tell you what. I've seen the photos of what it does to cows. I wouldn't want to get it.
How can you not know? You got screwworms in you.
Man,
that seems.
What would be worse, getting screwworms or getting eaten by a giant bullfrog?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can get the bullfrogs to eat these stupid screwworms, and then get rid of the bullfrogs. We got to take a break. Greg, what's happening?
Instagram.
Okay, I thought you were going to go yell at your car rental agency. Stick around.
I've been doing that.
Greg and I will be back after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Craig Johnson's here. Smoky in Jackson this morning. A lot of smoke out there. I think that Dollar Lake fire throwing smoke at us from just down south. Yeah,
Could be that Willow Creek one too.
Yeah.
Be both.
It could be both. Yep.
Or it could be something in like Idaho blowing in. Who knows?
Yeah. It's hard to tell. Usually if you can smell it as well as see it, it's closer. Like it's not, Arizona, Utah fires or Idaho, but it's definitely smoky this morning for the first time this year in Jackson. But I'm glad about the weather. That's going to help. What do you think about the whole flag burning thing? Trump declaring that you better not burn flags, executive order. Supreme Court has ruled on this kind of thing, not once but twice, whether that's a protected free speech demonstration, the whole flag burning.
Well, I think burning the American flag is disgusting. It's unpatriotic. It's I hate it.
Yeah.
But it is, people do it as a political statement, and those things are protected. The Supreme Court has ruled on it, and I've talked to a lot of veterans who say,
yeah,
that they feel the same way, that it's disgusting, they hate it, but that's one of the, as much as that personally disgusts them, they that's what they fought for too, was for people's freedoms.
Yeah.
In this case, with the the personal feelings aside, because I would hope people would not burn flags, but I guess they can if they want to be that way. But I think with the executive order, we might see something. But there's a different Supreme Court here, and like, I mean, people thought abortion would never be overturned, and it was. I could see this being challenged in court as unconstitutional, and it ending up with the Supreme Court, and this Supreme Court could change it. You just never know. So it could be a start, knowing that process is going to go, that nobody's going to just take that and not sue over it. So when someone sues, it goes to the Supreme Court, and this Supreme Court they might rule differently.
Yeah, you're right. Different makeup of SCOTUS right now. Also, there's a nuance in Trump's executive order trying to tweak the way he's getting about the desecration of the flag that could make it the wording is a little different, and may take it away from that protected free speech thing, but I don't know. And, I think Senator Brasso, his quote shows that he is among those who miss the point. Barrasso's quote is the American flag. He said, "Our brave soldiers fight to defend the flag every day." That's wrong. Many have died for our flag. That's wrong thinking. The soldiers have fought and died for freedom.
I think but I think that represents what a lot of people think.
Yeah,
I do.
Absolutely. I do think,
and I'm sure a lot of soldiers think that too. They see that and they're like, I fight for that. And
yeah.
So I'm not saying that it goes both ways. It's like, I mean, I don't know how upset that. Would I be more upset that people couldn't burn flags? I mean, it's one of those things that say, I mean, how upset would I be if it was illegal to burn a flag? I've never burned a flag. I've never thought of burning a flag. I don't think I ever would. So, for me personally, and it wouldn't upset me to not see other people do it. But but taking the emotion out of it, I mean, you could there is a there's a legal thing, and there's a free speech thing, and that always gets people in arguments too, because people have different thresholds of what they think should be the limit of free speech. On fire in a crowded theater. Yes, you can do it, but there's consequences for doing that. If you get the same result by burning a flag, you create chaos and a stampede and people get hurt or something. I don't see how that's different from yelling fire in a
And I think that's what Trump is trying to build into the executive order. He's saying that act creates violence.
And that's what people are missing in the order. It's in when you do it when you're committing other crimes. It's not just I go out on my front porch and burn a flag.
Yeah.
So if you're rioting, if you're
doing
something illegal anyway, that kind of limits it too. Because,
or if the
it's
act
not like you go out and rob a bank and you stop for a minute to burn a flag while you do it.
Yeah. Well, or the act of burning the flag is incite to riot. That is beginning another crime or further crime. I think he's trying to build that.
Yeah. I mean, if you go out on Veterans Day into the local W parking lot and start burning a flag, I think you can reasonably assume what's going to happen.
You're going to be arrested. Yeah. I get it. I mean, I hate to see the flag mistreated, but I think we get a little hung up on the flag as the symbol of freedom. It's just a symbol. The actual act of freedom is the freedom to burn the flag. And It's not palatable. We hate the idea of it, but that's what soldiers are fighting for.
I tell you what would be if there's some kind of, I'm not advocating for this, I'm just throwing it out as an interesting thing. If there's something to the flag where you have, instead of burning a flag, if there's some kind of a ticket that you get, a citation for displaying an unusable flag, it's tattered and it's not, where you fly the flag, but it's holy and it's all ripped up and it's dirty and it's just not in good shape. People get really upset about that. They think that's really disrespectful, that you got to keep your flag in good order, and if it's not, replace it.
Yeah. There's a lot of etiquette around the flag. All right, we got to bust out of here. Thank you, Greg. Have a great Tuesday.
All right, so what if you get a tattoo of a burning flag? Just think about that.
Oh, that's a Jack Candy moment.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The power is finally back on across much of southern Carbon County after lightning hit a power substation and left about 5,600 Rocky Mountain Power customers without electricity for more than 16 hours Sunday and Monday. The outage closed many businesses, affected traffic signals, and gave kids in Rawlins a bonus day off from school, according to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison.
It was a big light show, hail, heavy rain, and a direct hit to Rocky Mountain Power's Platte substation. They blew some fuses and just had a mess to clean up. I spoke to the chief of police in Rawlins, and he said, we were ready for it. We have a protocol. All the major buildings, the prison, they all have backup generators. But he said, when I woke up that morning, I was like, wait, hold on. How am I going to get my cup of coffee?
Fortunately for commuters, some enterprising youngsters who found themselves with a day off from school set up a battery-powered coffee stand, charging $2 a cup. The power returned at 11:30 a.m. The section of the Air Force that oversees the military branch's bases is ungrounding the Sig Sauer M18 handgun after pausing its use for a month over the July 20th shooting death of a Wyoming-based airman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force Global Strike Command has completed a comprehensive inspection of its nearly 8,000 M18 modular handgun systems after pausing their use in July out of what officials say was, quote, an abundance of caution following a tragic incident.
It's always hard to grasp at the inner workings of a military establishment, but what we know is that an airman died in a shooting incident July 20th. The next day, the branch of the Air Force that oversees bases paused that pistol and launched an investigation into those pistols. A few days after that, someone was arrested on claims of false swearing and involuntary manslaughter in that same death. And then the investigation of the gun finishes up.
21-year-old Braden Loven died in a gunshot incident on July 20th. The base announced about 3 weeks afterwards that a person had been arrested in the shooting on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter and making false statements. The Wyoming Classical Academy, a Hillsdale College member classical charter school, continues to grow as staff and students started the school year Monday in a new 36,000 square foot, $15 million building in Mills. The school is celebrating its third year of operations by moving into the new two-story structure, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that both students and staff are thrilled.
They use a curriculum from Hillsdale College in Michigan, which is well known for its classical education and learning techniques. They start out in kindergarten and first grade. They have Spanish and they have Latin as they get in later in elementary. And then high school, they can have advanced Latin. They have American history, literature, all the kinds of classic learning that you think about. The students I talk to are excited to be there. The parents I talk to were excited to have their kids there.
The school's mission statement informs parents that it will, quote, train the minds and improve the hearts of young people through a content-rich classical education in the liberal arts and sciences with instruction in the principles of moral character and virtue. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, forget the night before Christmas. Santa hits Yellowstone National Park 4 months before. Employees of Xanterra Parks and Resorts celebrated Christmas in August on Monday, the 25th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the event has been an annual tradition in Yellowstone for more than 70 years.
On the night of August 24th, employees from Xanterra, that's the concessionaire that runs the hotels and restaurants in the park, they come out to Christmas Tree Rock and they decorate the trees. And then sometime on the 25th, National Park employees come out here to take down the decorations. Good-natured holiday fun during the busiest time of the year for the park.
There may be no snow and the timing's not right, but Old Faithful Inn's a spectacular sight for that one day in August when everyone's there to see Yellowstone's wonders, a treasure to share. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, August 26th. Greg and I were talking about this story in the Cowboy State Daily concerning President Trump's new executive order against flag burners. But is it legal? Claire McFarland's story has that in the headlines. Wyoming senators are all for it. Lummis Brazos say good. They kind of feel like, remember Supreme Court Justice Scalia, what was his name? The Italian guy. He did not like the flag burning. But even he had to swallow some of his own personal feelings. He said, I am not king. What was Scalia? Let me find his quote. This is a little while ago. Late U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who once said, if it were up to me, I would put in jail every sandal-wearing, scruffy-bearded weirdo who burns the American flag. But I am not king. That was a Supreme Court justice. The Supreme Court made 2 rulings on whether flag burning is a protected part of the whole free speech thing, constitutional. You have the right to demonstrate, the right to free speech within limits. Is burning a flag in public part of that protection, part of your right to express yourself and your right to say, and they're right there. You've got a U.S. Supreme Court justice, one of the more famous ones, Antonin Scalia, who kind of summed up my opinion and many people's opinion. Is it really burning the flag burns you? Like, oh, You don't like to see it. That's not American. It's aggravating. It's disrespectful. It's everything. We understand that. But it is a statement. Somebody is attempting to make a statement, and they have the right to make that statement. The same as you have the right to make your statement. And when you take away their right to burn a flag, you're taking away your right to fly a flag. It's the same thing. Where does it end? Is it okay to fly your flag on your car when you're driving down your street? Somebody may challenge it. They may say, SCOTUS should look at that. I don't want to see the American flag on that dude's car. I don't want to see him flying it. What if the HOA decides that? Because HOAs, oh my goodness, they decide everything for you, right? You can't, what color you can paint your house, what you can park in your driveway. Some of these HOAs are out of control. What if your HOA said flying the flag, putting a flag up in front of your house is okay for Flag Day and 4th of July, but other than that, you can't put the flag out. It's against HOA covenant. The same thing that protects your right to fly that flag is the same thing to protect the hippies' right to burn it. It's the same freedoms. It's the same Constitution. And I think the opinion of Justice Scalia, who said, if it were up to me, I would put in jail every sandal-wearing, scruffy-bearded weirdo who burns the American flag, but I am not king. So he put his own personal opinion aside, and he used the opinion of him as a judge, and it encapsulates my feeling. I don't like it, but I understand it is protected free speech. I understand it is American to burn a flag that way. Because a true American is freedoms. That's what we enjoy in this country. We're not run by a dictatorship yet, although some Democrats think we're heading there right now. But we're not. This isn't some third world. This isn't some Iron Curtain country where we can't do nothing that the government doesn't tell us. We have freedom. That's American. The freedom to fly a flag and the freedom to burn one. Those freedoms are the same. They're equal. It's the same thing. And it's the reason why our soldiers fought and died. Not the flag itself. They weren't fighting for the flag. The flag's just a symbol. And it's a symbol of America, and it's a symbol of freedom. And there'll probably be disagreement among military. If you are a veteran, I am not. So your opinion, in many ways, I'll admit, trumps mine. You have more skin in the game. If you're a veteran and you disagree, you say, no, I've fought for America, and when I see the flag burn, that should be illegal. We should jail those people. If that's your opinion, then your opinion counts more than mine, I think. Because you've been there, you've done that, you got more of a voice. I have not served, so I get that. But I just ask you to think about it. Think about it. And if you served wherever, Vietnam, Korea, Gulf War, whatever conflict, and you came back home and you proudly put your flag out there on the front porch, and your HOA tells you can't do that, that's in violation of our... Oh, man. Your right to display the stars and stripes is the same right of the San Fran hippies to burn it. Same thing. Even though one is hard to watch and look at. Maybe we should try to figure out why people want to burn the flag. Let's get to that part. What's wrong with people that they feel they got to be burning the flag? Interesting story from Claire McFarland, though. We'll be talking more about that, I'm sure, this morning and in coming days, weeks, months, the entire term of President Trump. I'm sure we'll be talking. about that story. Check it out. Read the different opinions. Stay informed, at least. Learn, listen, and remain engaged. Similar to the whole flag burning thing is the Democrats out there parading around with their town halls. I see people on the Facebooks, I see people on social media of this story, just knee-jerk reaction saying, nope, not going. Anybody with purple hair that's running a town hall, I'm not going to go. Not going to listen. Closing it off. Close my ears. Okay. You may be true blue, staunch Republican, and you would never have a reason to go to a Democrat-sponsored town hall. It just, nope. No interest. I get that. But is your reasoning an infantile? I just don't want to hear them. I mean, what are you saying when you say I would never go to Carly Provenza's town hall? I don't want to go. Don't want to hear it. And I see people on the Facebooks with that knee-jerk reaction. Won't go. Won't go. Won't listen. They have nothing important to say. They're the enemy. Scalia. Oh, I'm pronouncing Justice's name wrong. Scalia. Scalia. Oh, Scalia. That's right. Now it sounds right. Scalia. Thanks, Carol. Tom says we should view flag burning for what it is, an indication the igniter has no political argument left. The only antidote to free speech is more free speech. If I'm reading that right, Tom, you mean it's the act of someone who's desperate, whose voice has not been heard? We view flag burning for what it is, an indication that the person doing it has no political argument left. Does that mean they're not using their words anymore and they just gone way off? Maybe. I mean, they're trying to be noticed, that's for sure, in the most extreme way. Just like people who burn themselves. Oh, my goodness. People who do that. Flag burning of the U.S. flag should be public embarrassment than incarcerated or deported. Tom, a different Tom, says flag burning should be public, followed by embarrassment, then incarcerated or deported. Okay. Flags were burned on January 6th, but Trump called it a love fest. I don't remember what Trump called the whole Capitol riot thing, but I don't hold him responsible. People got to be responsible for their own selves. President Trump never said, go riot on the Capitol. He didn't say not to, but at some point, the people that chose to go and break into the Capitol building and do whatever they did, it don't matter if you were told by somebody to do it. I mean, that's your mom's argument. If Jimmy told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? I mean, you learn that when you're 6. You're responsible for your own actions, whether somebody told you to do it or not. Yeah, I'm ready to move on from the flag burning. I wanted to talk about Wyoming Democrats lead a statewide listening tour on public lands, hot button issues. Democrats Carly Provenza, Mike Yin are out there doing town halls, and I see some people say that they're not going to go, and that's fine. Maybe you're not interested in going. It's like choosing not to see, a movie, Airplane 2. Not interested, too silly, never liked the first one, whatever your reason might be. But to just discount it because they're Democrats, that's what's wrong with politics today, is you've got your team, you've got your side, and you don't even want to hear nothing about the other team. A true blue American, a true red Republican would go to this and see if there's anything to learn. If not, fine. You say, nope, just what I thought. Democrats are all wrong. But there's no harm in listening. What are you afraid? You're going to be poisoned? It's like fear biting is what politics have become. Not interested in anything you Republicans are doing, the Democrats say. You're all idiots. You're led by a president who's a felon and not interested in listening. That's fear-biting logic. Same thing with the Republicans and the Democrats. You woke lefty liberals. You're not American. Well, how do you know if you don't go and see their show? Go check it out. See what Carly and Mike have to say. Maybe you come away saying, nope, they're exactly what I thought. Crazy. I'm glad I'm a Republican. Or maybe you say, I get a few points. I guess there are okay. They're actual humans and they're part of the planet I live on and they're Americans. Let's get a true blue American into the room. His name is Don Day and he does the weather. Day weather forecast. And we'll see if it helps the fires. We'll see if we can take away anything from the forecast. Don Day, welcome. We're getting way too political this morning. That's not my bag. You got the King ropes. Good.
Yeah, I thought I'd change it up today.
Nicely done. Yeah, another day of, some places in Wyoming, 80 and sunny. Some places 70 and potential rain. Little smoke here in Jackson. Is that probably from, where would the wind be bringing that from? The Dollar?
From the south.
Dollar Lake and
yeah, those fires down to your south. And we did see some pretty good rain areas in Wyoming yesterday. Laramie got the airport only got a few hundredths of an inch, but in town it was a deluge and some heavy rain came through the Cheyenne area yesterday. And we are on the edge of the deeper moisture today, and where we're really going to see it expand across the state starts tomorrow. Tomorrow through Friday, it's going to be wet in many areas. But the good news for your neck of the woods, Jake, the Pinedale area, the Star Valley area, the chances of rain today look good, very good. And it's just not today, but off and on rain chances all the way through Saturday.
Good news. Yep. Down there at Dollar Lake, that's heading towards that Green River Lakes campground. I've been in there, and that's beautiful country, but it is a lot of dry, dead beetle kill stuff and things that probably need to burn. So hopefully everybody gets out the way and firefighters stay safe. I'm going to be in Yellowstone today, Don. What's it doing up there? Maybe a rain?
Well, the further north you go, the more you kind of will drive out of the deeper moisture. So the southern end of the park, I don't know where in the park you're going, but up around Cook City, up along the Mammoth area, the chances of rain there are much less than the southern end of the park. So I think you can kind of split the park in half. But if you're headed up there, there will be a chance of showers and thunderstorms.
And tomorrow, I think nobody can avoid the raindrops. Yeah, that looks like the day. Tomorrow and Friday going to be wet. Okay, cool. What else happened in weather? That pretty much does it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're extremely fortunate to be looking at late August and having it be cool like this and potentially wet because this is not only here, but there's a lot of the country. I'll tell you how cool it is. So Cowboys Thursday night in Akron. Okay, so for the kickoff of the football season, how many times have we seen Wyoming go on the road for the opening season to somewhere just blistering hot? Last year was Tempe. So kickoff temperatures are going to be in the 60s.
Oh, that's our kind of game. Yeah.
That's football weather right there. Right. And that's in Akron, Ohio in August.
Now does this mean, is this like an end of summer event or are we what do you think will rebound in September? Could we see temps again?
You can certainly have some hot weather in September, but September heat doesn't last very long. I mean, we're on the tail end of where you can get hot for long. Let's put it that way. And there's really no indication of a hot pattern returning to the U.S. next month. Yes, we'll rebound from this, but on the whole, I was looking, and we'll wait till the end of the month before we do this, but on the whole, most of the lower 48 really did not experience a hot summer at all. There'll be some exceptions to that, but when you add up the numbers.
Yeah. And one last thing, that big Arizona, Phoenix, wherever it is, dust storm, is that normal? We see those?
Yes. Yeah, no, the reason they get those dust storms is when they get thunderstorms. We've actually seen yesterday it rained really well in the Phoenix area.
Yeah.
And you get these desert thunderstorms, and then you get strong winds from them, and then you get the dust storms as the air comes out of those thunderstorms. So when you get into the thunderstorm season in Arizona, you get those dust storms.
Okay. Very good.
It is a desert.
True. They got a lot of dust there. And every once in a while.
It always cracks me up when I get an email from someone in Arizona that says, it hasn't rained in weeks. And I'm like, did you know? Did you check? Before you moved there.
Before you moved. Yeah, that's probably why you moved there. Because, yeah, I know. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast of the Cowboy State Daily. Don makes some salient points, better points than I made concerning flag burning and going to the Democrats' town halls. Maybe I'll just stay away from politics. Get into the weather game where you're always going to get full agreement, right? Today's too hot, too cold, too wet. We got to take a break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Coming right back. Stay there.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I'm gonna take my horse down the Old Town Road. Gonna ride till I can't no more. Well, you can't no more. You in jail. And can't nobody tell you nothing. Lil Nas X, the singer of that viral song that it's an earworm of a song. All the kids loved it. And all the adults, after you heard it 5,000 times, all right, enough of that Old Town Road. Believe me, as a DJ, I was tired of hearing it after the second time I played it, but every 8-year-old had to request that. Lil Nas X. And interesting that that a remix of it included Achy Breaky singer Miley Cyrus's dad, who also had one of those earworm hits. Remember Achy Breaky Heart? Billy Ray Cyrus. Billy Ray Cyrus was singing on Lil Nas X's, and both those songs are the kind of songs that it just got played so much you couldn't stand it anymore. And they didn't even enjoy a resurge. Usually in music, you've got a song that you're like, all right, I heard it, it's too much, Uptown Funk, or I don't know, whatever it is. But then after a few years, it's back again. You can play it again, and it's okay, and it's okay to hear it again. These were ones that, like, nope, put those away, and they should never come back. Gonna take my horse down Old Town Road, ride till I can't no more. Oh, well, Lil Nas X has lost his brains. He's high on like everything, allegedly. As I don't think he's going to sue me. I think he used up all the money he made on that song to buy drugs. And he's walking down Ventura Boulevard naked. I don't know what happened to his horse. I thought the rapper is going to take my horse down Ventura Boulevard. Can't nobody tell me nothing. LA police, LAPD wanted to tell him something. They said, hey, put your clothes on, freak. And he didn't. And he then allegedly assaulted, charged after the police officers. 4 felonies. Lil Nas X racked up Monday night, walking down Los Angeles street naked. His real name is Montero Lamar Hill. Records under the name Lil Nas X. Charged with 3 counts of battery, injury on a police officer, 1 felony count of resisting arrest. Bail set at $75,000. The rapper is also required to attend Narcotics Anonymous meetings. How can they do that? He hasn't even been. Maybe that's how they do it in California. He hasn't even been to court yet. How can he be required, unless he was previously required to attend, or else that's how they do things in California. When they pick you up high as a kite, they put you in jail, and then they tell you have to attend Narcotics Anonymous meetings. I don't know that part, but I have no doubt he needs to attend Narcotics Anonymous meetings, because he's not just high on life when you're walking down Ventura Boulevard with no clothes on. Studio City has happened about 6 in the morning. Reports of a naked man walking down Ventura Boulevard. TMZ released a video of Lil Nas X roaming that same street earlier in the morning. Shows him in his underwear and cowboy boots, speaking incoherently. Yeah, he's obviously troubled with some kind of narcotic or narcotics, plural. LAPD told the People magazine that they picked up Little Nas X nude in the street. He went on to batter an officer, so he was booked for battery. He's facing 4 felonies, $75,000 bond. Prior to the incident, the 26-year-old made a slew of Instagram posts. What were those about? I don't even care to know, but yeah, Little Nas X is... You can't nobody tell him nothing. I see 3 different incidences of people disrespecting wildlife. Tours of national parks. Fun website to go to. It's not the same one as Bad Yellowstone, or there's one about specifically Yellowstone. There's another website out there that concerns activity at all national parks. Tours of national parks. Tourists who are morons. Tours. Rocky Mountain National Park down there in Colorado. Estes Park. People way too close to elk. I watched that one. In Yellowstone, people roller skating on the boardwalk at Old Faithful. You're not supposed to be roller skating on the boardwalk. And then a man approaching a grizzly bear very close to get a video, like stupid close. That was on Togety Pass, which is not a national park. It's a national forest area, but still, you get the idea. Just too close to a grizz, too close to an elk, and skateboarding on the boardwalk at Old Faithful. None of those things you should be doing, right? If you are in your right mind, which Little Nas X is not. Jackie Dorothy will be here in a moment. We'll talk about some of her stories. And then back to this Claire McFarland story. And after fatal Wyoming incident, 6 Sauer M18 pistols back in use at Air Force bases. This is the model that is suspected to go off accidentally if it's jarred. There's been reports it happens. Sig Sauer usually denies these, saying it's human error. But a few weeks ago, a 21-year-old guardsman or a 21-year-old Air Force military person was shot and killed. Details were scant, but like a day later, the Air Force announced that it was recalling all Sig Sauer M18s from its personnel and banning their use. And then, if that's the only details you have, 21-year-old shot dead, the M18 recalled. So you got to think, okay, this is an accidental discharge that's killed this guy. And the Air Force has said, all right, enough of these pistols. We're taking them all and we're going to use something else. Then we find out a couple weeks later that the incident isn't as simple as we thought. There's a person who is brought forward who was lying about the incident. 3 weeks afterward, after the death of Braden Lovan, 21-year-old, 3 weeks after, the base announced that a person had been arrested in the shooting on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter and making false statements. So I was talking with Greg. I don't know how else you can read this. First, when the incident first happens, you think Braden Lovan maybe is being careless with his firearm. Maybe not. Maybe he just set it down carefully and it went off and killed him. And if Air Force says, okay, enough of the 6 hours, they're out. Or maybe he was goofing around and it went off. Enough of the 6 hours, you're out. 3 weeks, and so they got rid of the pistol. And so 3 weeks later now, there's an arrest in the shooting on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter. By definition, that's, I didn't mean to kill this dude. It was an accident. So now someone else is holding this Sig Sauer. In my mind, the Air Force doesn't tell you anything. They're not going to give you any. They're not going to tell Claire. Even Claire can't get anything out of the Air Force. And making false statements. So now, I mean, geez, read between the lines. Now there's another dude involved. It's not just Braden Lovan. Another person arrested. Suspicion of involuntary manslaughter. That is a oops. The gun went off and it was pointing at Braden. Right? And he makes false statements. Oh, he told his commanding officer that's not how it went down. He told his commanding officer, no, Braden was handling his gun and it went off. Probably. And then they investigate a little further and they're like, well, why is there gunpowder residue on your finger? How did it go off if we, and then no charges filed yet. And then suddenly the Air Force says, okay, the Sig Sauer M18 is good to use again. I don't know what else I'm supposed to believe. Then it wasn't an accident involving just Braden. This happened at 1:30 in the morning with some drinking involved. I'm pretty sure I saw the use of alcohol. A special trial counsel is taking over. We don't know much more. Court martial's possible. We cannot release the name unless or until charges are referred to a court martial by the convening authority. The Air Force, the military has all its own ways of doing police work and all its ways of doing its own court and trial system. So a lot of times journalists not privy to any of that. All we know is the arrested man is an airman with the 90th Missile Wing Public Affairs. According to Chief Glenn Robertson, a 90th Missile, he's an airman. No charges yet filed, but he's been arrested. Suspicion of involuntary manslaughter. And the firearm is back. And I'm thinking Sig Sauer has got to feel pretty sour about the whole incident. They're already dealing with reports that this model goes off accidentally by itself. And now you got 3 weeks of living under the impression that a M18 modular handgun went off by itself and killed someone at F.E. Warren Air Force Base. And then we find out, well, that might not be the case. Not if you arrested some dude on, 7,970 of M18s are in use by the Air Force. The Air Force Global Strike Command announced Sunday that it had completed inspection of all of its 7,970 modular handgun systems after pausing their use July 21st. So this is countrywide, right? Nationwide Air Force, not just F.E. Warren Air Force Base. I can't imagine there's almost 8,000 handguns in Cheyenne with the airmen. Yeah, this is Air Force wide. Almost 8,000 handgun M18s are checked, passed inspection, and are back in service now in the Air Force. What's this? Is anyone here concerned about insane housing costs? Oh. Yeah, but what are you going to do about it? That's kind of off topic. Let's take a break. Get Jackie Dorothy in here. Why don't we do that? Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake is back after break. Jackie D is with us. That's going to be your new nickname.
It's not new. I've had that one before.
Oh, really? Okay. JD, Daniel, Jackie D.
Yep, it's a blast from the past hearing that.
Okay, because we already nicknamed David Madison. He's D-Mad, and he's fine with that.
That's good. When I was on my radio days, it was KTRZ 93 and sunny.
Nice. I want to talk about Jessica Smith and why that gear jammer ran over a couple of ducks. She did pretty good, though, along with the rest of Wyoming's truck driving nation. It was the championship in Minneapolis, and Wyoming did well. I didn't know there was a big rig champion driving. They have to park big trucks, and what do they have to do? Go through an obstacle course?
I got to tell you, I am so glad to hear you say that you didn't know about it because I didn't either.
Yeah.
And then if you go on their Facebook page, you see the videos, and it's like Walmart duking it out with FedEx. It's like the best.
The best of the best trucking companies. Yeah, there's like 450 truck drivers there. It's a big deal. And Wyoming truck drivers did pretty good. We hung in there.
To qualify, each of these truck drivers have to be the number one in their state.
Oh.
So Jessica first had to go down to Cheyenne and compete, and hers was a step van. And so she came away with the winning buckle and then was able to go on to nationals. And so you're competing in your class against 47 other people representing 47 states. And so it seriously is the best of the best. And they're maneuvering, doing all these tight turns. I mean, you literally need to go to their Facebook page of the Trucks Association and check it out, because they show them just marching onto that and the high intensity. I mean, this course looks tough.
Yeah. Looks very tough. Yeah, that's a pretty neat event. Jessica Smith is a driver for FedEx in Riverton, Wyoming. Had a perfect driving record for a year. She ended up, so you are put in a truck. She practiced before she went, knowing that she would have to drive something a little bigger than she was used to. And then when she got there, she was put in a truck that was big. She's like, it was bigger than anything I've driven. And she ran over some of the ducts that were used to instead of pylons, and oops. But she hung in there.
She really did. And what's amazing about it is that you look at FedEx, they really promote this program because they say it promotes safety. I mean, to qualify, you have to have a whole year in Wyoming on our icy roads without any accidents.
Yeah.
That's tough. And so you qualify that way, and then you get to go to the state, and then you have to square off with the best in the state. And once you win that, you're on your way to nationals. And we did have someone that finished in the top 3 in flatbed, another FedEx driver.
Flatbed, yeah, I would think that falls into our wheelhouse in Wyoming a little better. Flatbed truck drivers, yeah. We had a guy who took 3rd again. Second time he's done that, I think.
It is. He said this is his 3rd time to go to nationals. He definitely recommends it for any truck driver. And they are fortunate because FedEx, again, they not only do they encourage it, but they have a boot camp that they send you to.
Oh, wow.
So once you qualify in your state, they're going to take you to Indianapolis, where they run you through a 2-day course. And it's like a mini competition. And they're saying this is what to expect, because they have a written test, they have an interview, and then they go on the course. And on the course, you have to inspect your vehicle, and they purposely put defects on it, and you have to find those defects in 6 minutes.
Which,
I mean, this is crazy, but it makes so much sense. And it's been going on for 80 years. I mean, this isn't a new competition. We're just out of the loop, Jake.
Yeah,
we should have known about this.
We're not truck drivers. We're not gear jammers. We're not one arm, whatever, all the nicknames for these guys, CB jockeys. We don't do. That's not our world. Daryl Orr knows all about that. We should get Daryl Orr on the show.
There you go.
Yeah, this is a different world. You know, all these, this event sounds basically like a glorious, what you need to do to get your CDL. They have to do all this as well. Written tests, the driving, the inspection of your vehicle. It's like getting your CDL only in a higher degree, like level up, and you're competing against everyone else. Like, that's amazing.
I think my favorite scene from this truck driving competition is looking at the crowds as they're screaming and shouting for their teams.
Wow.
And it seriously is Walmart against UPS and against FedEx. And you got these great companies. I think they said 54 companies compete in this and take it seriously. It's just, it's the pinnacle of driving truck. And what really was fun, though, is that, of course, doesn't everybody know the Cowboy song? You have to go listen to that.
Oh, yeah.
Start jamming out to Rubber Ducky.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, that's pretty neat to know this thing exists. I can't say that I, would buy a ticket from a scalper and be that excited to go. But when they get cheerleaders, then maybe I'll think about it as being a sporting event I don't want to miss.
I know. It just looked very exciting. And I will say that it did take me back to my childhood. We did a few trips up to Alaska in our own little convoy and would have CBs and be able to talk back and forth with the truckers.
Yeah.
And everyone had their hand. And it's a fun memories, and it's fun to see this competition and the culture of truck driving.
I used to have a CB in my truck briefly for a brief period. And I remember having to switch channels once in a while because he had too many people on, they'd be on they'd be on 17 or 19. Those are the trucker channel. Like you and I aren't supposed to be on those. Those are real trucker channels. And you would have to go take your conversation to another channel. Yeah, that was fun.
What was your handle?
I don't remember. But I do remember the end of my CBing days when the one and only time I drove this old Ford pickup truck through a wash, what do you call them things? Automated truck wash. Yeah, car wash thing. And the big whip antenna, the big CB whip antenna didn't fit in there. And I came into the car wash with a CB antenna and I left without it. That was the end of the CB days.
Well, I do remember my parents' handle. My mom was Bonanza because we drove a Bonanza motorhome, and that was what she was. And my dad was Buffalo, and it started out as Buffalo Nickel because he loves those coins, but also because he's Arapaho. And so he was just so it was Buffalo and Bonanza, and we would talk back and forth, and it was just great.
That's neat. Yeah. I love all that trucker culture stuff. And yet we didn't know about this championship event in Minneapolis. Now we'll know.
Now I want to go to Cheyenne. I'm advocating for it. You got to send me to Cheyenne so I can see the competition here in the state.
I think this is your beat. I mean, you've claimed it. Yeah.
I got it.
Let's go from truck drivers to pilots and talk to this former Air Force pilot who is now one of those slurry bombing guys, Nick Dew.
Don't use the word slurry. I was warned.
Oh,
you got to say retardant.
Retardant. Whatever it is. I mean, these guys are doing the hero's job, man. Wow.
I was definitely excited to do this story, to talk to Nick Dew. He just retired. His personal story is that he retired from the Air Force last year, wanted to still fly, wanted to serve America. And what better way to do it than on these fires? After a whole career, over 20 years, because he started in the Air Force after 9/11, he flew 40 different planes. He said he was just really into it. But this is the hardest plane. The hardest mission he's flown is flying over these fires.
Is that right? Why is that? Wow.
Because he has to go low, and the plane he's in has no autopilot because every ounce matters. And so it's all him, and he has to have eyes on the ground, know what's going on, low flying and low release. So it's really a lot going on when you're up in that air. So when you watch those guys dropping those slurries or retardant, you just be aware of how much training it takes. It's a minimum of 1,500 hours of flight hours.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of time in the air.
Yeah.
Just to get entry level into this.
And this is Air Force pilot. So you figure he's been in some pretty high performance aircraft, and he knows how to fly stuff. And yet this kind of flying's different. It requires a different skill set. Did you ask him, by the way, Jackie? This is one thing I would ask is, those guys are so accurate dropping the retardant. I wondered to what level it's computerized drop, or is it just the pilot going now?
It's just the pilot. That's what I'm
amazing.
Saying. There's no auto. There's nothing. It's him and he had to, he talked about one time when he's up in the air, his thumb is on it. He's about to release, and below him, he sees somebody in his line.
Ooh.
And he explained how heavy this water is per pound. And it would have probably just killed the person if he had released it. And he says that's some of the things. And then to climb out, because he says he was in rocky terrain, to climb out with a full plane and plan his reattack. Those are some of the things that he will continue to encounter. And he's flown 20 missions, 20 different fires over Wyoming. I met him because, of course, I'm covering the Red Canyon fire. Yeah. Turns out he had only dumped a couple on there, and he was going elsewhere.
Wow. So when if you're listening to the air traffic at a big fire and you hear Tanker 837, they're talking to this guy, do and telling him what to do. That's his call sign. And yeah, what a job. What a career. I'm glad he's still serving in some capacity. That's pretty neat.
It really is. And Wyoming is lucky to have him. It was his first time to come to the state. He's based out of New Mexico and wasn't expecting to come here. And he's just loved it.
Like
so
it.
we got a new fan of Wyoming.
Nick, I appreciate everything you're doing, trying to shut them fires down. I think Mother Nature's going to help you here pretty soon, I hope. We got a couple more Jackie Dorothy stories or Jackie D stories to get to on Thursday. We'll do that. Have a great Tuesday, Jackie.
You as well, Jake.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here after top of the hour news break. Thanks for stopping in with us. You can hear us across the state on many radio stations, including KJAX here in Jackson, KTUG in Riverton, KRAE in Cheyenne, KGOS in Torrington, and KYDT in Sundance. And of course, we're live on the Facebook, X, YouTube, and on the home website. And whenever you're ready, play it back on demand wherever you listen and download your favorite podcast. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back after the news.
Time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. With carefully worded legal terms and patriotic sentiments, President Donald Trump on Monday announced an emphasis on prosecuting people who burn American flags. While Wyoming's 2 U.S. senators voiced their approval, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a leading First Amendment expert in the nation said prosecutions stemming from the order would be unconstitutional.
Trump's executive orders are really careful about, we're going to do this controversial thing, but we're going to do it within the confines of case law and what's legal and what's allowed. So they try to thread the needle, but even so, with his Monday order against flag burning, a top speech attorney professor in the United States was like, it's still unconstitutional. And that's because Trump tried to bootstrap flag burning to other non-speech offenses like property destruction.
The order calls for the U.S. Attorney General to prioritize prosecution of the nation's criminal and civil laws against American flag desecrations that happen in the course of other tangential crimes. Firefighting crews working a pair of uncontained wildfires in western Wyoming can expect some help from Mother Nature this week. Late August is usually hot and dry, perfect for turning Wyoming's forests and grasslands into tinderboxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this week will be abnormally cool and wet.
These firefighting crews are finally going to get a little bit of help from Mother Nature here with these wildfires, especially the 2 burning in the western part of the state. Although they really haven't grown a whole lot in the last couple of days, they are still 0% contained. At least that's what they're reporting. So they're burning pretty hot. But the weather is really going to come through for them. Don Day says that pretty much for the whole week, they can expect it to be cooler. It's going to be more humid. And he won't guarantee it 100%, but he says they'll probably get some rain.
In response to the Dollar Lake and Willow Creek fires, Governor Mark Gordon signed an executive order Monday declaring those emergencies. A Maryland case of New World screwworm in a human being illustrates an important fact about the flesh-eating parasite that has the agricultural world on edge. The individual has since recovered, and there's so far no indication of any transmission to humans or other animals, but alerts have gone out across the nation nonetheless to other agricultural stakeholders. That includes Wyoming agriculture and veterinary officials who told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean they're mainly pushing awareness right now, as well as heightened vigilance across the livestock industry.
In Wyoming, ranchers probably feel pretty safe. We're pretty far north. This is a tropical pest. It requires hot temperatures, moist environments. We don't have either one of those things really most of the time in Wyoming. But they have been seen as far north as North Dakota in the past.
Screwworms were once common in the southern U.S. up until the 1950s or so, and they cost the agricultural industry millions annually. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
For 1 week in June, hundreds of Wyomingites across the political spectrum galvanized under the leadership of a purple-haired, outspoken female PhD from Laramie. Representative Carly Provenza has become the face of the Wyoming resistance to a proposed public lands sell-off. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to Provenza, who along with Representative Mike Yin is holding town halls across Wyoming.
They arranged the town halls uniquely so that the arrangement is discouraging to hecklers, right? Because you walk in and you're expecting like a stage and like this preachy politician and everyone's going to kind of listen and then maybe shout. That's not the way they have it set up. You're supposed to respond to prompts from Provenza and Yin about the Wyoming you want to see. One of the prevailing themes that just kept surfacing Thursday was we're concerned about keeping public lands.
The listening session meetings started in Cheyenne earlier this month. Provenza and Yin went to Casper on Tuesday, Lander on Thursday, and are planning at least 7 more stops in 7 more towns in the coming weeks. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, halfway through the show. Mark Hines will be on in a moment. We'll talk to Mark about his stories, outdoor kind of stuff. How accurate is that Onyx Hunt GPS app? Yeah, within a few yards, but when inches matter, especially in corner crossing and bordering private land, is that going to be accurate enough? Mark also had that story about beef tallow applied as skincare. Probably not something you want to get into in grizzly country. Beef tallow is like super popular right now. I don't know how these trends start and what sustains them, but somehow, like, beef tallow is all that. You got restaurants changing wholesale using beef tallow now and promoting it on their menu or in their advertising, saying, we now have gone 100% beef tallow. And for some members of the public that have been living under a rock, you're like, okay, what's beef tallow? Why should I care? Why is it important? What happened to vegetable oil? Suddenly vegetable oil, whoever is in charge of like promoting and lobbying and marketing vegetable oil, it's their turn now to get the whole public relations thing going, because you're getting dissed. Vegetable oil. That's so yesterday. We're going to beef tallow now. Where have you been? Vegetable oil, we're putting that in our diesel truck and driving on it. Beef tallow is the new way. It's the new way to cook with and fry with. But beef tallow is also a topical for your skin. Now that I did not know. And yesterday or the day before, Mark had that story about how beef tallow is a hot skincare trend. Applying beef tallow to your skin. Beef tallow is just cow fat, but it's good for your skin, supposedly. And people are doing it. People, meaning Californians, are doing it, slathering beef tallow on their face and then trudging off into the wilderness in Wyoming and wondering why they're being followed by 1, 2, 3 grizzly bears. Because the grizzly bears smell that beef tallow and all they can think is, ooh, a cow's got loose from the herd. Snack time. That's a dinner bell. Grizzlies have a keen sense of smell. Chuck Neal of Cody told the Cowboy State Daily. Chuck knows a thing or two about wildlife. And he said grizzlies have a keen sense of smell many times better than that of dogs. And we know dogs can smell like things that aren't even there. Dogs can smell Alzheimer's disease on you or cancer. Dogs can smell like a lot of crap. Well, the grizzlies make the dog look like it's got a cold. Grizzlies can smell up to 5 miles away, you and your beef tallow. If you're using that for a moisturizer and the wind is right, here comes the bear. That is ringing the dinner bell. Chuck Neal doesn't advise slathering up with beef tallow. And neither does one other expert. Dan Thompson said, probably not a good idea. Anything that has odor has the ability to attract a bear, said Dan Thompson. He's Wyoming Game and Fish Department large carnivore specialist. He said bears are not going to care and they're not going to distinguish between synthetically made or organic free-range grass-fed tallow. It's all the same to them, whether you got it out of a jar or it's an actual cow fat. It smells the same to the bear, and they're coming for you. Don't do it. Don't wear it. Makes sense. Archery season's open in many places in Wyoming, and Wyoming bow hunters say archery season are all about the challenge. That's true hunting. Hunting has become high-tech in many ways, including the use of a bow and arrow. And it's not your old-fashioned bow and arrow. These crossbows now, with their tech, are way powerful. And they increase your range that you can shoot, but still, bow hunters, they are the ultimate hunters. You got to admit, you rifle guys. I mean, you got to get close for your bow shot. You know, definitely within 100 yards, probably more like 30 to 60. You want to be in that kind of range. You got to stalk. You got to be throwing the creep, as they say, on your wildlife, your elk, your mule deer, because you've got to get very close to get that shot. You got to have patience. And the hunters that Mark Hines talked to talked about all the failed stalks, all the times that they were on an animal and they blew it. Maybe they made a noise. Maybe they sneezed. Maybe they stepped on a stick and the stick cracked. That's all it takes, man. Austin Nimmo, archery hunter, told Mark Hines, he said, you're going to mess up more stalks than not. You learn a lot, and it makes you a better hunter. more mistakes, more times you fail, then that helps you succeed in the end. Archery hunter, back hunter enthusiast Bruce Cooper, Bondurant. He's 65 years old, still enjoys the physical challenge of bow hunting. He talks about how physical it is if you're going to be a bow hunter. He said you got your backpack on, you got your bow, you have to have water, food, because this isn't a 30-minute hunt. You might go all day, all the way till dark. And here's another aspect of bow hunting that I don't see mentioned in the story. Where is Mark? I want to talk to Mark about this. Maybe he's emailed saying that he can't make it. Does he have an excuse from his doctor? I don't see. Yeah, I want to ask Mark about this. I don't see this in the story, but one other challenge about bow hunting, other than you have to get very close to your prey. So it's not like you can take these 300, 400 yard shots with your 223 or whatever your Weatherby. You got to be close to your prey, 40, 50 yards maybe. Bow hunters need superb stalking skills, Mark Hines says. But the additional challenge with archery that I don't see mentioned in this story is you also have to be in good hiking shape, in good shape in general, because your hunt, because the season opens this early, look, it's late August. And if you're hunting the elusive wapiti, for instance, you're not going to find an elk down on the valley floor this time of year. It's hot. It's been a hot August. You know where all the elk are that you're looking for? Way up in the hills, man. And you got to hump it. If you're going to shoot a bull elk with a bow and arrow in August right now, you better be prepared to hump it. You're going to go miles and miles. You're going to go 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet up from wherever you are. And in the middle of nowhere, likely, you're going to make your shot. You're going to shoot your shot, make your kill, and then you got to pack it out. So, I mean, bow hunters, man, you got my respect. That is real hunting. You don't have the advantage usually of an easy shot near a road. Doubtful. And you got to stalk, get close. You got to do a lot of foot. You got to take a lot of steps, cover a lot of miles if you're archery, if you're a bow hunter. No doubt. Well, I got to give up on Mark. I don't know where he at. He also has a story about the popular hunting app that may not be able to keep you from trespassing or out of big trouble. The GPS service on OnX Hunt. Almost everybody uses that now. I'm not a convert, I got to say. I've tried it. I've checked it out. It's not for me. But a lot of hunters and a lot of recreationalists use GPS mapping apps, and the most popular is OnX Hunt. The problem with it for me is you use it on your phone, and I don't like using up my phone's battery power. I mean, if I'm out in the back country with a potential of turning an ankle, breaking a leg, or just flat out getting lost, I might need that phone for something other than the GPSing. And I can imagine having this thing on and doing GPS using the app OnX Hunt. It just sucks your battery. I'm not using my phone for that. I'm not going to. I need my phone for other things, case of emergency maybe. Also, the phone is not going to be able to ping as many satellites as a standalone GPS dedicated piece of machinery like a Garmin. I use the Garmin myself. It's not a phone. That's all it does is GPS. Got a big old antenna on it. And it talks to many satellites in the Garmin fleet. It uses government satellites. So it's much more likely to get a signal where your phone app Onyx Hunt won't. And it's the signal you get is going to deliver a more accurate location than Onyx. And that's the point Mark Hines is making, that many hunters using this Onyx Hunt app, which could be give or take a few yards, could be off, and not realizing it's not an excuse. Hunting-related trespass punishable by a fine of up to $1,000, loss of your hunting privileges, possible seizure of your firearm. All because you thought you were here, but you're actually 3 yards off, and 3 yards is all it'll take to be on private property instead of public property. And if you make that mistake, yeah, you could be in a little bit of trouble. Onyx, it's not as accurate as for instance, a Garmin GPX. And the Garmin GPS, the one I use, accurate within a foot or two. Pretty darn accurate. And I don't know if you can say the same for these phone app GPSs. Something to discuss, though, the guy who knows a thing or two about it. His name's Mark Hines, and his name is AWOL. I don't know where he is on this Tuesday morning. But is he supposed to be here on Tuesdays? I thought so. Yeah, Mark. Kevin Meyer will be here in a minute. Let's take a break and get ready for our resident cowboy from Douglas. He's making horse sense of the world. He'll be on right after this quick break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, and on this jaunty little number that should conjure kind of a rockin' to and fro in the saddle kind of feeling, we get Kevin Meyer in here. Is that what it feels like for you? We're just kind of loping along.
You bet. I tell you what, with this nicer little weather system that we got coming through, that a song like that is kind of going through my head all day, every day.
You guys, you're not going to get weather, though. Douglas is just 85 and hot every day, isn't it?
Yeah, but that sure beats 99 and hotter.
Well, yeah. I'm super smoky here today in Jackson, feeling the effects of that Dollar Lake fire down there in Green River area. Yeah, it is super smoky today.
We've been really lucky so far this year. Number one, we haven't had any big fires right around here close, but whatever the jet stream's doing, it has not been bringing the big clouds of smoke to us. That's usually what August is like, is you wake up in the morning and everything has an orange tinge to it.
Yeah, that has been too many Augusts lately. You're right. We haven't had that. It has not been a super bad fire season for the state of Wyoming. Certainly not like last year with those two biggies, monster fires. I was talking about that Onyx Hunt app, GPS locating. Have you had call to use much of GPS systems to learn where you are? Have you done that? Are you a natural wayfinder, good at knowing where you are and where camp is and all that?
Well, to quote an old movie, I've never been lost. I've been powerfully confused for a week or two, but I've never been lost.
Yes. What movie is that?
The Mountain Men.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer the old native, me not lost, teepee lost.
Yeah, exactly. But no, to answer your question, no, I really have not used any of those GPS systems. I'm an old school map guy. I like to use just the old school map. That way, I never have to worry about running out of battery, running out of service, like you're talking about with the phone deals. Obviously, driving around, it's kind of nice to have a GPS navigation system and whatnot. But when I'm out in the country, yeah, I use an old school map, and a key an old timer taught me years and years ago is it's important to know which mountain peaks are which, but if you know which drainage you're in,
yeah,
it's pretty tough to get into a bad spot, because if you follow water out of the wilderness, you will find people.
Yeah, I mean, that's the old rule. If you absolutely have no idea where you are, yeah, find water, follow it downstream. It's got to go somewhere. Water just gets bigger and bigger, the stream will get wider, deeper, and it'll join a river. And sooner or later, you'll find civilization where water is. So that's not a bad rule. I could do the map. And here's my problem with the one-dimensional. Is map one-dimensional or two? It has, it's just a flat map.
Yeah.
Here's my problem with the map. I can read a map. I understand the terrain, what's steep, what's not. I get that. But I don't necessarily know where I am on that map after a while. Like when I'm going, and especially when you get into some confusing country where there's a drainage, a ridge, another drainage, and you don't know which drainage you're in. Is it this one or that one? I like to know sometimes exactly where I am, and I need the tech.
Yeah, you like to have that little pin that
Yeah.
signifies you are here.
You are here, truck is here. And yeah, and sometimes that's you. And I found this out pretty quickly at Lost Creek Ranch, where you and I spent a summer. I had worked at other ranches, but never in wild country. And I can remember my first few weeks out when we had the radio and I had a ride out and I got to a spot where I had to radio back to the ranch saying, "We going to be late for dinner." They'd say, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Well, if I knew, we wouldn't be late for dinner." I don't know.
Well, and I'm not sure I had this conversation with you that summer, but I had the conversation several different times with some dude wranglers. I would ask them, "Well, what do you see?"
Yeah.
And I remember somebody answered, "All I see is trees, boss man. All I see is trees."
Yeah, that might have been me. That all you see is trees. And there's why you lost. And often it's not necessarily like I don't know where I am. I have a good idea where I am. The problem is I can't get to where I want to be because there's trees or there's a river or there's a cliff or there's something like I can't get from here to there. Something prevents me. What do you see? Whole mess of trees, boss.
And on a different outfit, I can remember telling a young wrangler on the radio, "Just pitch your horse's head. He will bring you home."
Yeah.
Especially dude horses.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Here's my problem with that. I remember a few times giving the horse his head, but the horse is so eager to get back home. He's going to take the shortest route, and he's going to neglect whether the route is good for you or not. And that's where the trees get. He's going to be like, "Well, here's the way home, and good luck up there, whoever's riding me," because low branches through like. All of a sudden, the horse becomes feral. He's like a deer. He's like, "I'm going to go this way." And you're like, "I don't know about that." There has to be some semblance of a trail. You can't just, I don't know. My family's in town, and they're riding yesterday. I sent them out on a ride, and they said, "Why don't you come with us?" And I said, "I can't ride them dude horses." Like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, "No, those horses will take care of you, but for those reasons, I can't ride them." They will, they have learned to ignore most cues from the rider because that's to the benefit. Like, I know what you're doing up there, kicking and pulling, but no, I know the job. And that's the problem. When I get out one of them horses and you want to give them direction, they're like, "Nah," they just figure me another dude, even though you sit different. And it would take a whole 2-hour ride for me to get through to this horse that I'm not the dude, but I can't.
Yeah,
ride
by the time you finally got him acting like you want him to, the ride's over.
Yeah. It'd be 2 hours of frustration beating on this dude horse, trying to get him to learn how to be a horse again and not a dude horse again. Yeah, but it's a whole different kind of horse, and I respect that, they're nose to tail and they take care of their peoples. But yeah, I can't ride them. So you have to tell my family. They're like, "You just don't want to spend time with the family." No, I mean, you go out riding. Yeah.
Well, have them call me, and I'll see if I can help you out a little bit there, so it makes tonight's supper not quite so awkward.
Right. But when I had horses, I had two, and I used to have family come out. Then that was on the opposite. That was worse because I had horses that were, sort of naughty, and man, that got Western.
Yeah. When every movement of your body means something to the horse, and the person on the horse has no control over their body, that is a recipe for disaster.
Dude, I know. And I had one horse that, boy, he got hot on alfalfa, and I gave him a 50-50 mix that morning, and my brother still won't talk to me over that one.
And it's such a human condition for people who aren't around horses, don't realize the louder you yell "whoa," the faster that horse is going to travel.
Yeah, they're not deaf. They hear you. There's also some interesting things that prove that horse people do that necessarily the rest of human beings don't do. For instance, I thought of two things yesterday that I did that I bet not many people would do other than you and me, Kevin. And that is to tell a horse to stop doing something naughty. And there's ways to do it that cowboys use. And it's, it's almost never no, because no rhymes with whoa, maybe. But it's usually quit. That's a big word. Like when horses. So the other day I was at the stagecoach ride that they do, the little stagecoach ride around the town square. And his two draft horses, some Frisian mix, they were biting each other, fighting with each other. And I was just the dude was talking to somebody, and I just walked up to him because I was going to ask him a question. I saw the horses do that. I'm like, quit that, and he looked down right away at the horse. And I mean, that's the preferred term. And why is that? What words would you use to tell a horse to stop doing something wrong?
Well, that's the one I use all the time.
Yeah.
And it's less about the word and more about what your voice sounds like when you do it. And I always, in my clinics, I would always tell people that it's not what you are telling your horse, it's how you are saying it. And if you don't believe me, go to the grocery store. Find some young mother that is carrying a bassinet with a newborn in it, and go up to her and crinkle your face up and say, "Cute baby."
Doesn't convey.
Exactly. So it's really it's the words you use are probably pretty irrelevant because obviously they don't really speak English. They can learn the sounds, just like you said, whoa and no. That's a little bit too close together, but they hear that O sound and they're going to, do what they were trained to do. Like a team, you can tell them whoa and they will stop. If they're a really well-bred team. But if you go whoa, real sharp, real loud, and almost angry, well, then you can see the anxiety build in that horse because that's a loud sound, that's a sharp sound, that's an aggressive sound.
Yeah.
And that's not what they've been trained. And I think that's probably true I know it's true with horses and dogs. And I'm pretty sure it's true with humans. Throughout my life, I have found that to be true.
Transfer to humans. So yeah, good point. Words, we learn words do matter, but words don't matter so much when you're talking to animals. They don't understand English or any other language. They just know, usually the delivery is going to tell a lot for the animal. So yeah, that stagecoach, I did say quit. And then I asked him, I don't know this kid's name. I was looking for trying to meet up with my family who's in town. And I said, have you seen a family of doofuses around here? And he's like, you'll have to be more specific. It's like all day, dude, all day. And, on the subject of also dog training, and when you want to be admonishing a dog for doing something wrong, there's another time where I was always taught, and I found it effective, is to not use the dog's name in a negative way. And so many people do that. If it's Fido and Fido is digging or doing something you don't want him to do, people will yell his name. They'll say, Fido. I try to never use the dog's name in that sense because I think it ruins it when you want to praise the dog, good Fido, or you want him to come, especially Fido, come. The reason he doesn't come is because so many times he's heard his name barked at him for doing something wrong. I would use you'll use the same word every time, but try not to use the dog's name. What do you say when your dog is doing something naughty?
Well, in dog training for cow dogs, it's a little bit different because you growl at them. If it's just a slight correction, you'll just go, and that's no different than their mother or another dog growling at them to get them to be submissive.
Right.
So I absolutely agree with don't use their name. Now, a lot of times when I'm going to discipline my dog, I will call their name, but usually that's my older dogs that I'm if I call their name, they should stop what they're doing and look at me.
Yeah.
And usually that's enough of a correction. They stopped doing what I didn't want them to do.
Yeah.
If it's a bigger disciplinary problem, then I will actually, growl at them or whatever. But to tag on to what you said, which is really great advice, the other thing that I see people do is they will want to discipline their dog for, say, digging in the backyard. They will call the dog to them and then discipline them. Well, that's not the way to do it, because you never want that dog to think in their mind, well, I'm getting called to him. If I go over there, am I going to get scratched behind the ear or am I going to get spanked on the butt?
Right.
So if you need to discipline a dog, you need to go to the dog. So you're going to discipline him for digging. Go next to that hole that he's digging so he makes the connection.
Yeah. And do it in a physical style that conveys how mad you are at them doing something wrong. Like, don't walk, dogs understand every dang thing you're doing. So go stomping toward them with purpose. Like, no, you're not going to do that. Yeah. So the way you come at them also is a big difference.
And depending on the breed of dog you have.
Yeah.
A lot of times just the body language, like with some of my border collies, all you have to do is give them a glaring look and they will cower. Now, some like bird dogs and other breeds of hunting dogs, you got to be a little bit firmer with them. But it all comes down to that body language.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I enjoy about the stock dogs, the herding dogs, especially the border collie. They work so much on emotion. It does not take much for them to sense your displeasure, and that hurts. Like, that is a powerful thing. They sense when you're, bummed about what they just did. It doesn't take a lot. And also, and the reason why I think so many cowboy type people like Kevin Meyer, for instance, here, are effective trainers of animals, and especially like a dog, is what's a cowboy? Mostly they're so taciturn. They don't talk much, especially out doing a job with a dog. There's not a lot of chat. They're not talking to their dog like most dog owners are, constantly holding a conversation with their dog. And all the dog hears is words. Most cowboy, most people are pretty quiet. So when you do open your mouth, it has much more of an effect on the dog. You're like, that's the first time you've talked in the last hour. The first thing I've heard out of your mouth. And if it's come, that's way more significant to hear nothing for 45 minutes. And then you say, Fido, come. Rather than, constantly talking to him and then and only say it once, right, Kevin? Like, don't repeat a command. Don't give a command like it's a question. Like, and don't repeat it. If they didn't come the first time, then you got to do something different.
Yeah, that's another great point. Another pet peeve of mine with dogs and horses is here's somebody saying something over and over and over again, and that dog is just flipping a paw at him and continuing to do whatever he wants to do. So now not only are you not getting the results that you want, you are basically losing that command forever because it no longer means anything.
Yeah.
And an old dog trainer one time told me, never give a command to a dog, a young dog, that you can't back up.
Yeah.
Physically.
Yeah. Yeah. So for instance, don't give a command to sit if you're not close enough to the dog to push his butt down if he doesn't sit. So you say sit, you don't say sit, and say it over and over. You say it once, sharp. And if he doesn't sit, show him what a sit is physically. Like, here's how you sit.
Yeah, and exactly. And I'll see people go up to horses that are, say, tied up to a trailer. And they want to let that horse know that they're there. So they'll walk up and they'll say, whoa, which is fine. It doesn't matter what you say, but you let the horse know you're there before you walk up behind it. Well, then as they're doing something, they'll just keep going, whoa, 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 whoa. And I always think to myself, okay, ostensibly, whoa means stop whatever you're doing. So are you trying to tell the horse to stop standing still with a leg cocked and half asleep? What at this point, he knows you're there. He's not moving. What are we doing here, folks?
Yeah, you're diluting a command. Yeah.
But again, that's human nature. I think it is a bit of a insecurity or nervousness in the human that they just want to be saying something. And going back to the silence of a cowboy, not everyone in this earth is as comfortable with silence.
Right. We aren't comfortable with silence on the radio. It's called dead air.
Yeah, and in our current business for this 15, 20 minutes, that wouldn't be very good radio.
No, we can't have a lot of silence. So we do have to be a little bit chatty, but it's not going to work on your dog or horse. Better off being quiet. All right, I'm going to talk to David Bell, photographer down there in Pinedale. He's probably shooting photos of smoke right now, and we're going to do that in just a minute. You have a great day, Kevin.
Hey, you too, my friend.
All right, buddy. Kevin Meyer, our Douglas Cowboy, making horse sense of the world. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back after break. So, Dave Bell, never mind that preview. Dave is scheduled for tomorrow. I thought so, but he popped into the Zoom room. Maybe he's just testing me. I don't know. But we're going to talk to renowned photographer David Bell tomorrow. So, yeah, false alarm. I want to talk about the new Wyoming Classical Academy, the $15 million K-8 school open for business in Mills. 36,000 square foot school. They opened, the kids came back yesterday. And it is a fast-growing school based on the classical model of education, which includes teaching the kids a dead language, right? Cursive writing. No, that's not the dead language, although that's becoming a dead art. Cursive. There's, that's one of the things is fast going away, like driving a stick shift. Driving a stick shift, you've seen the memes where it's the new anti-theft device. You don't need a car alarm and you don't need a fancy whatever the bar is they put over the steering wheel in the big cities. What is that thing called? You just need a standard. You just need a stick shift. And your average thief will jump on that and say, uh-oh, I can't do this. And same with cursive. Pretty soon, you and I and all the other boomers and OGs will be able to communicate in secret using a secret written language that your Gen Xers and all the other youngsters aren't going to be able to decipher. We'll be able to pass notes in class and no one will know what we're talking about because we're writing in cursive. It's a lost art. It's a dead language. But these classical schools, they teach Latin and they do other things a little bit different than the public school. Many of them have dress codes, for instance. I don't know if they do at classical. Let me see if I can see a picture of kids. A lot of times they don't have photos of kids because you're not supposed to. I don't see. Oh, yeah, they do. Students at the school required to wear a uniform, navy blue shirt, gray slacks, skirt short. Yeah. So very often they wear a school uniform. They do a more rigorous curriculum. I know my wife taught first grade at a classical academy here in Jackson, and for the most part, those kids are a grade ahead of public school. If you were to test a kid, incoming to the school, if the kid was coming into like second grade from the public school system, often they would test as a first grader. Because the classical academy had their kids at a higher level for the most part. It's probably education like it's supposed to be. Honestly. Megan Degenfelder was there for the great unveiling of the new building, the $15 million building. I don't know if they broke a bottle of champagne over the bow. Maybe. Wyoming Classical Academy, charter school celebrating its third year in operation, but they moved into this new fancy building after being in a smaller building, and that's now allowed them to expand. Every year that this school has been open, they've added a grade, so then their hopes are they'll be up through high school, but right now it's a K through 8 with over 300 students, 35 staff. Megan Degenfelder was there the other day for the big unveiling of the new building. And she talked about how, as the superintendent of public education, the official ribbon cutting and launch last week, Degenfelder said this is exactly what the state is looking for and looking toward. Degenfelder said, when I took office 2.5 years ago, we had zero allowed state-authorized charters in the state of Wyoming. No schools, no charter schools. Today, we not only have this one, Degenfelder said, but we have several. And that is a testament to you all and the board and other policymakers in this room, said Degenfelder at the big unveiling of the new building, Wyoming Classical Academy in Mills, Wyoming. is doing really well. 35 staff, 380 students this year. The school launched in 2023 with 220 kids, 270 last year, and 380 this year. So they're growing. Trajectory upward for this school. Dale Killingbeck has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. You can check that out. Good story. Hey, this is good news, by the way, for those affected by the fires. UW Extension has launched an emergency hay assistance site for producers facing wildfires. Whether you have hay available that you would like to sell or donate, or whether you're in need of hay, there's a website that's set up. It's great news. This is Wyomingites helping Wyomingites. Good stuff. In fact, this is Nebraskans helping Wyomingites too. It's not just within Wyoming. To assist producers facing wildfires, University of Wyoming Extension has launched a new online platform to help coordinate hay donations, provide fire recovery resources. You can find this. I'm reluctant to share the URL because I'm going to have to say the whole thing and nobody's ever going to take it down and remember. But go to wyoextension.org and then look for the links on how to get to this. I'll click here, wyoextension.org, and it takes you to a website where if you're in need of hay, you can find out who has, or you can share your info like I'm such and such and I need 2 tons of hay immediately, for instance. I'm looking at the website now and it's divided, the online tool is divided into I have hay and I need hay. And on this website, I can see Cowboy Joe, that's the online username, in Wyoming, a quantity needed 2, I don't know if this means 2 tons or 2 loads or 2 bales. It's got to be more than 2 bales. Quantity needed 2, urgency immediate, can transport, yes. And that's I need hay. I have hay. I see 2 listings. Andy has 2 loads, round bale type, and delivery possible. Byron is in Nebraska and has 20 large rounds available for pickup only. You got to go get it. But what a great resource for people having or needing hay due to these wildfires, especially that Red Canyon fire that burned up so much forage. Wyo Extension offering a website online source to go find hay or offer hay. I think it's fantastic. That is a real Wyoming thing. I'm going to rodeo. I don't have time to rodeo. But we do have to get to this day in history. And I wouldn't mind doing the rodeo because I'm getting a sore throat today from too much talking. But we're almost up to the top of the hour. Cracker Barrel, who I was talking about all week for their logo redesign, has finally issued a statement of their own. Cracker Barrel redid their logo to basically now be just the words Cracker Barrel over a yellowish background. That's it. They took away the dude. The dude has a name. The only reason why I'm even talking about this story is the dude has a name and it's like Uncle Herschel or something. Yeah, it is Uncle Herschel. The old timer who's sitting in the chair with his elbow up on the Cracker Barrel. That has been eliminated from the new logo. But Cracker Barrel's spokesperson said he would still appear on other places, like on the menu and elsewhere in the store. You would still see branding. So I guess Cracker Barrel's not ashamed of Uncle Herschel. the old timer. Uncle Herschel is an actual image of the founder, Dan Evans's uncle. So the guy who founded Cracker Barrel, his actual uncle is Uncle Herschel, and he's the guy in the logo. Yet Cracker Barrel redesigned the logo to take him out. And why? Some people say it had racial connotations. What can be racial about that? We don't know if Uncle Herschel is white or black. You can't tell. He's just a logo. I don't get it. But stock and revenue has dropped considerably since Cracker Barrel unveiled its new logo. And now finally a statement from the 55-year-old restaurant that says, we understand people are upset, but Uncle Herschel will remain on the branding on the menu. Okay. But your new logo still is really mid. I mean, there's nothing about it that's super exciting. And yeah, Cracker Barrel's getting a lot of free advertisement over this, basically. All right, now we're up to top of the hour. We'll get to this day in history and a whole bunch more. We're still going on the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, heard statewide on radio stations, only the best radio stations. And of course, you can watch us live on the X, YouTube, Facebook, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, when we're live every weekday morning, Saturdays as well. And run it back on demand when you're ready, your favorite podcast platform. We'll be back with more after top of the hour news for our syndicates.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The power is finally back on across much of southern Carbon County after lightning hit a power substation and left about 5,600 Rocky Mountain Power customers without electricity for more than 16 hours Sunday and Monday. The outage closed many businesses, affected traffic signals, and gave kids in Rawlins a bonus day off from school, according to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison.
It was a big light show, hail, heavy rain, and a direct hit to Rocky Mountain Power's Platte substation. They blew some fuses and just had a mess to clean up. I spoke to the chief of police in Rawlins, and he said, we were ready for it. We have a protocol. All the major buildings, the prison, they all have backup generators. But he said, when I woke up that morning, I was like, wait, hold on. How am I going to get my cup of coffee?
Fortunately for commuters, some enterprising youngsters who found themselves with a day off from school set up a battery-powered coffee stand, charging $2 a cup. The power returned at 11:30 a.m. The section of the Air Force that oversees the military branch's bases is ungrounding the Sig Sauer M18 handgun after pausing its use for a month over the July 20th shooting death of a Wyoming-based airman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force Global Strike Command has completed a comprehensive inspection of its nearly 8,000 M18 modular handgun systems after pausing their use in July out of what officials say was, quote, an abundance of caution following a tragic incident.
It's always hard to grasp at the inner workings of a military establishment, but what we know is that an airman died in a shooting incident July 20th. The next day, the branch of the Air Force that oversees bases paused that pistol and launched an investigation into those pistols. A few days after that, someone was arrested on claims of false swearing and involuntary manslaughter in that same death. And then the investigation of the gun finishes up.
21-year-old Braden Loven died in a gunshot incident on July 20th. The base announced about 3 weeks afterwards that a person had been arrested in the shooting on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter and making false statements. The Wyoming Classical Academy, a Hillsdale College member classical charter school, continues to grow as staff and students started the school year Monday in a new 36,000 square foot, $15 million building in Mills. The school is celebrating its third year of operations by moving into the new two-story structure, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that both students and staff are thrilled.
They use a curriculum from Hillsdale College in Michigan, which is well known for its classical education in learning techniques. They start out in kindergarten and first grade, they have Spanish, and they have Latin as they get in later in elementary. And then high school, they can have advanced Latin. They have American history, literature, all the kinds of classic learning that you think about. The students I talk to are excited to be there. The parents I talk to were excited to have their kids there.
The school's mission statement informs parents that it will, quote, train the minds and improve the hearts of young people through a content-rich classical education in the liberal arts and sciences with instruction in the principles of moral character and virtue. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, forget the night before Christmas. Santa hits Yellowstone National Park 4 months before. Employees of Xanterra Parks and Resorts celebrated Christmas in August on Monday, the 25th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the event has been an annual tradition in Yellowstone for more than 70 years.
On the night of August 24th, employees from Xanterra, that's the concessionaire that runs the hotels and restaurants in the park, they come out to Christmas Tree Rock and they decorate the trees. And then sometime on the 25th, National Park employees come out here to take down the decorations. Good-natured holiday fun during the busiest time of the year for the park.
There may be no snow and the timing's not right, but Old Faithful Inn's a spectacular sight for that one day in August when everyone's there to see Yellowstone's wonders, a treasure to share. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Renee Jean should be joining us momentarily. It's my thought. It's my understanding. But we struck out with Mark, so I don't know. And with Renee, we'll talk delivery drones, maybe. Diane Schober named Best Tourism Director in the Nation. That's a Renee Jean story. Renee also had a special, exclusive, rare opportunity to visit F.E. Warren Air Force Base secret underground missile bunker. The old days of where they used to store the Minuteman, I think, right? And we'll talk about the flesh-eating screwworm. Ugh. Yeah. if Renee's available. Maybe we'll have to go right to this day in history for now. And we can do that. It's August 26th. Here are the things that happened on this day. 1853, Mormon militia dispatched from Salt Lake to Fort Bridger with the goal of stopping liquor sales to Indians. Tensions between Mormons and the fort owners Jim Bridger and Luis Vasquez had always been high. And on this day in 1853, Mormon militia dispatched from Salt Lake to Fort Bridger to deal with the sale of liquor to Indians. 1917, this day, new producing oil well came online in the Salt Creek field. The field was highly active during World War I, and a regional oil boom also occurred, along with a horse boom because of the Civil War. Horses were in demand. As a result, a great deal of construction took place in downtown Casper during this era. 1917. You got new oil coming online at Salt Creek Field. You've already got a highly active oil area during World War I and a bit of a horse boom as well. Casper suddenly was on the map. 1980, this day, Guernsey State Park was added to the National Register of Historic Places. On August 26, 1987, Vern Gardner, Afton-born professional basketball player, died in Ogden, Utah, where he was a high school basketball coach. Gardner played professional basketball in the late 1940s, early 1950s. I did not know that. We have had very few professional athletes come from Wyoming, especially basketball players. Vern Gardner, one of them. And on this day in 2011, Commander Barry Rodriguez relieved Commander William McKinney as the commanding officer of the SSBN 742 Blue. Okay. It was the USS Wyoming. Change of command ceremony at the Naval Submarine Base. And, looks like Renee is with us. So let's go to some Renee stories. That should be fun. Renee, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Let's see. I don't want to start with screwworm. I'm not quite ready for that.
You're not ready for that? You need coffee first?
I don't know. I am not braced for the screwworm. Let's start with instead, your tour of the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. You got to go underground, see some things not many people see.
Yeah. So I think that probably this Alpha 1 missile alert facility I went to is like the tour facility or something, because they did have a wall where they had signatures of other people who have visited there. And I did get to sign the wall, so that was kind of cool.
Nice.
But yeah, it's a different world under there. But I guess the thing that really stood out the most to me is just how old seeming it is. Like, it feels like you're traveling back in time or something to go down there, and these like trichromatic screens and electrical banks that look like they're still from the 60s.
Yeah. I mean, this is where we had men and women poised with their finger over the button during the Cold War. At any moment, if they get that call on the red phone or whatever from the president, you got to be ready to launch, 24/7 every day of the year.
Yeah, it means having two people in these capsules at all time. There's more than one of these underground launch control facilities. Everything's very redundant.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting, though. There's really not a button that you push.
Right.
It's not the way it works, right? But they would be transmitting the codes that push that figurative button. We always hear that on movies, pushing the nuclear button.
Yeah.
finger on the nuclear button, but that's not quite how it works.
Right. I picture yes, it's just
Like this big red button that you push.
metaphorical mashing on the button. Take this, Russia. It's got to be some kind of physical mashing of a button. But
they're
no.
actually codes that they transmit, and they have to be validated.
Yeah.
So, even if two missileer groups went rogue, they would not be able to fire that missile on their own.
Good point.
I don't know the exact protocols, but they've got some steps in there that would prevent that.
Yeah, and pretty high security moving around there in the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. I mean, you got to go through checkpoints.
Yeah, they take your driver's license and they review it multiple times.
Oh.
It's reviewed at the gate. It's reviewed again when you enter the facility. I think they even looked at it a third time before we went downstairs, but I can't quite remember. And then the other interesting thing kind of is they don't allow anything that transmits an electrical signal downstairs. So like a key fob, for example, that would not be allowed. Your cell phone's not allowed. All these smart devices that have come along, they put Bluetooth in sneakers now. You can't take those down there. Any camera equipment, videotaping equipment, all of that kind of stuff has to be vetted before, and they didn't let any reporters do that. They didn't let them take anything down. They had their military guys take all the pictures downstairs.
Yeah, it might be surprising to us that we're carrying this many devices on us that can transmit a signal from your car keys to your phone to your shoes.
Yeah. And like the penalty if you forget, I mean, it's mandatory confiscation of the item. They stick it in a Faraday bag. It goes to I think the NSF or something like that to review, make sure there's no coding or anything in there nefarious. I don't know. I don't even know if you get that item back. I don't know what happens to it.
Well, interesting experience, and it's neat to know a little bit more about those missile silos. Is that probably one of the silos that had the Minuteman at the time?
Yeah, that is the Minuteman launch control capsule that we were in. But there are no missiles in these control capsules.
Right.
The missiles are elsewhere. They're in a field somewhere.
Yeah.
You're transmitting codes to them, but they're not right there in the launch capsule.
Very interesting. Your story, Diane Schober, man, how many accolades can this woman rack up? She's going out in a blaze of glory. She's retiring, right? And the biggest award yet for Diane. She's always so humble. She says, no, it's my people that do it. Wyoming sells itself. She'll do anything but say it's her. Diane Schober is one of the best tourism directors there is.
Well, she is the best in the whole country. She got the director of the year. So, I mean, they only give one of those.
Well, there you go. Yeah. By definition, she is the best in the nation. What a way to go out, Diane. That's fantastic.
She's great. Everybody, I think, who knows Diane would agree with that. I don't think it surprises anybody in Wyoming that she's won this award. I was the day that was announced, I was reading an article about how interest in Wyoming has increased 9-fold, and it's thanks to that Modern Explorers campaign that under Diane's watch, they partnered with Ford, and they highlighted people in Wyoming who are modern day explorers in some capacity or another. That has really boosted Wyoming's profile out there in the tourism industry. And it's really connecting with people who want to come here and experience what Wyoming has to offer.
That in the Why Wyoming, she's done so many campaigns, and the state sells itself in many ways, but Diane has been relentless in her marketing of the state from the day Dave Friedenthal hired her, the governor, who said it was irresistible just interviewing Diane. Her energy, he said. He's like, I knew she was the right one. So good for her. Delivery drones. I don't know about this, Renee. Do we think there's going to be drone delivery in Wyoming? It's so cold. It's so windy. How could it ever happen?
I think windy is the one I would worry about the most.
Yeah.
I think cold can be managed, the main problem with cold is icing, right? But so I think that's something we manage with airplanes. It's something we can manage with drones. But Wyoming's pretty windy and drones are not very big. And so I wonder about that. But maybe there will just be protocols, you can't fly when it's too windy, that kind of thing. But you got some scientists on an undisclosed ranch in Wyoming who are putting drones through their paces in Wyoming, trying to figure out how they would create a delivery service in Wyoming. A few days after I wrote that story, I saw where Chipotle announced it has hired Zipline to do drone deliveries for food. So, I think it's just a matter of time and figuring it out. It may be happening sooner than we think.
Zipline was highlighted in this story from Renee. Jean Fujiwara is a MIT guy, and he should know how to do it, aeronautical engineer, and he's been testing these drones. Could they work in Wyoming for Walmart deliveries? Amazon says they've got drones going, and I wonder, Wyoming's going to bring special challenges, and then the whole idea of a package being dropped off by someone who's not a human. UPS guys now have, and FedEx, they verify with a photo. I guess the drone could do that. But how many people are going to say, well, that drone dropped the package and it broke, or I don't know about drone delivery.
The drones in the video I saw had parachutes, so...
I saw that parachute, and despite the parachute, this thing looked like it bounced a couple of times when it went in the backyard.
Whatever they unwrapped wasn't broken, though.
I don't know. Let's go to the screw worm.
Okay.
We've been seeing stories about ranchers in Wyoming that are concerned. I mean, we eradicated this biting fly like in the 60s. And we're worried that it's coming back. We've watched it progress up through Central America, Mexico. We're watching the cattle carefully, but we weren't watching some dude that visited Central America and brought one back to Maryland. Now it's here in the U.S.
Well, there was no transmission with this, so
okay.
It's an isolated incident. But I think what's concerning about it, Jake, is the guy had to go to 4 different practitioners before one of them figured out what this was.
Oh.
So, if this guy hadn't been persistent enough, maybe we would have had some transmission to a pet or livestock or, wildlife. That would have been concerning. These flies, once they get here, one adult female can lay 2,800 eggs. So, it's not a stretch to think that a small incident like that seems like it's nothing, but it doesn't take long for these things to ramp up. If you get 2 females, you get double 2,800. What is that? 5,600. So you can see, just 2 or 3 little flies could make thousands of these babies. And then from there, you're talking tens of thousands. It doesn't take all that long. They have a month-long life cycle. Of course, the time of year that we're at is helpful because when the cold weather hits, they're a subtropical creature. They're not going to persist in a state like Maryland where it gets really cold. But let's say that travel incident happened in Florida or California or Texas, all of which have international airports. They're really just as close as the last traveler who was in South or Central America. And if our medical people don't recognize us and they got to go to 5 or 6 different people, I mean, that's really increasing the risk.
Boy, you get a feeling that sooner or later, and the first time around, you hear horror stories of these ranchers that remember the kids painting the livestock with a tar that had DDT mixed in with it, and it just sounded everything about it sounded gross back then.
Well, and then these creatures are kind of the stuff of nightmares. When I was reading about what they do and how they work, I was like, this sounds like it's a movie script creature, but it's real. It's an actual pest. And the thing I think is pretty interesting, Jake, is when we eliminated them, we pushed them down to the Isthmus of Panama. Okay, it's a little ribbon of land there. And what we did was we set down an invisible biological wall. We dropped like 15 million sterile male flies in that area. And then what happens is the females only mate once. And so if it's with a sterile male, they can't lay any viable eggs. And that's how we've kept them down to the Isthmus of Panama for the last 20 years. Somehow these critters have broken through. How that's happening, I guess that's a question for the researchers. Have they adapted? Have they figured out, how to tell which ones are sterile and which ones are not? Is there something else going on? Has changing weather patterns, changing climate, is that changing their patterns in a way that's making that Isthmus of Panama no longer an effective break? Of course, livestock can swim. Some livestock can fly. So, maybe it got out that way.
Or maybe it jumped this barrier with a flight from Panama to another Central American country or Mexico. Maybe
it's probably the movement of livestock because, like I said, every week they're putting down this 15 million sterile male flies, and those are mating with the females. And
still today we do it.
Yes, every week.
Oh, wow.
It costs millions of dollars, but if this creature gets in our agriculture system, it's going to cost ranchers billions.
Yeah.
So you're spending millions to save billions, basically. But look at the price of beef right now. If this critter gets in America, it's going to even further raise the price of beef. So it is pretty important that we get a handle on it. We are building an additional factory to pump out 300 million more of these flies. I think it was Panama is building another, or maybe it was Mexico building a second plant that's going to pump out 100 million more. So we're about to dump 400 million more sterile adult flies in this area. Will that work? I guess if they haven't adapted and figured out how to tell the sterile flies from the productive ones, it'll work. But they also have human patrols, people on horseback, people on motorcycles and autos and boats who are patrolling that area north of the Isthmus of Panama, the Darien Gap, and looking for stray incidences of this. So it's curious, how did this get out? How did this break through the containment that we had? And it's going to be expensive to get it back again, Jake. I mean, think about the Isthmus of Panama as a little tiny dash on the map, right?
Yeah.
But the border with Mexico and the United States is huge. And one of the ranchers I talked to talked about how that evidence that we need to build a wall. Okay, that would block wildlife movements, sure, in the rare human case, but these are flies, so they can just fly right over the wall. And I don't know about the logistics of patrolling that area if you've got a wall in the way and you can't cross the border easily.
I mean, we can't
you don't
even keep
know what's going on the other side.
Yeah, and Border Patrol can't even keep out humans from getting into the U.S. illegally. Flies, I mean, I don't care how many patrollers you have eyes on, that's going to be difficult to ask. This is way more worrisome than I ever thought before we started talking. Now you really scared me, Renee. And
I don't think I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just trying to provide the information.
Yeah.
We are doing things. We are looking at innovations in this area. We're building a factory to pump out more of these sterile flies in the meantime. So, a lot of actions are being taken. We're hiring more people to patrol the border and look for any outbreaks or infestations. We're not really looking for the flies so much as is this in a livestock animal. Right now, it's about 370 miles from the Texas border.
Well, when I hear about all the efforts being made still today to keep this pest from the U.S. and it's still got here, I'm inclined to believe it's the CCP messing around.
Well, it really takes is a herd of infested livestock being driven up somewhere into Central America. So that's probably what happened, I would think. It's probably just somebody didn't notice the livestock were infected, drove them. And like I said, it doesn't take very long.
Yeah.
One adult female can lay 2,800 eggs. You get one infested cattle with, in one soar, they're going to lay about 200 eggs. So multiply 200 times 2,800. What is that?
That's a lot of maggots.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Let's see, 2,800 times 200. So, 560,000 flies from that one 200 egg soar.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long for this to take off once it gets in an area.
Yeah. Well, one more Renee Jean story. Let's talk about the Meeteetse Museums who got in just under the gun with the solar project. And I know solar gets a bad rap lately from some of the legacy industries, from Trump, from many Republicans, but solar works. I mean, ask Europe, and solar's working for these museums. Talk more about that.
Yeah, so I did the story about the solar panel from hell that the Cheyenne couple kind of went down a little solar panel rabbit hole with this company that went out of business. They weren't able to get new equipment, maintenance, just all kinds of things that went wrong. But it doesn't always go wrong. And the Meeteetse Museum's a case in point. So they we learned about what they were trying to do when the humanities funding was cut in April, and they had an outstanding grant, $9,000 left on that grant for their solar panel, and they thought they weren't going to get it, so they weren't sure how they were going to pay for this solar panel that they had already ordered. It was custom built for them, so it's not like the company could do anything else with it. But it turned out that their contract deadline was just right on the money, right up to the cutoff date. And so they did, after all, get their money. And I happen to see that, that they're doing really well with it. They've saved about triple what they had expected to save over the summer since it's been installed. It was installed in early June. It started working in early June. And so, triple the savings. They've saved about $700. That's not a small, that sounds small, but it's pretty big for a small museum like that. $700 that can be put toward programs now instead of a utility bill.
Sunshine's a Meeteetse. That's what we learn. All right. Renee, thanks so much. I appreciate you being on.
Yeah, absolutely. See you later, Jake.
All right. Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Tent Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Yeah, welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. They got the 7th annual Bat Festival coming up at Devil's Tower this weekend, August 30th. That's Saturday, right? You don't want to miss that. They already had the annual Bat Festival in Grand Teton National Park. It took place at Jackson Lake Lodge, and it was 3 months long. Remember, if you stayed at one of those 8 cabins at Jackson Lake Lodge, you too might have rabies. There were little brown bats found in some of those cabins. Bat Festival, yeah, you had to be there. Hopefully you've been following along with the news. But this is a real, for real bat love, bat lore, Batmobile, Bat Festival, Devil's Tower. It takes place, join park rangers between 3 and 9, 3 in the afternoon to 9 p.m. August 30th, they'll meet at the picnic area at Devil's Tower National Monument. There'll be a booth set up from 3 to 8, and it's all part of the 7th annual Bat Festival. Costumes recommended, of course. Kids, feel free to bring your bat wings. Come dressed as Batman. Whatever you got to do. It's going to be all about bats. Guest speaker Amy Hamersfart will talk about bats. And the evening concludes with a bat walk through Prairie Dog Town from 7:30 to 8:30. It's just all about bats. Bats are not all bad. It's not always rabies. Bats do good things. They eat bugs. They eat mosquitoes, so that's good. You know how many different species of bats they found in Devil's Tower alone? The little brown bat, that's the kind they found at Jackson Lake Lodge up there in Grand Teton. Little brown bat. The hoary bat, silver-haired bat, big brown bat. Townsend's big-eared bat. You'll find the western long-eared, the fringe myotis, the eastern red bat, and the western small-footed bat. The northern long-eared bat, the long-legged myotis, just some of the bats you'll find in Devil's Tower area alone. They're going to have the 7th annual Bat Festival this August 30th. Be there. Unless you're bat aware, unless you got your radar is anti-bat. I'm not terribly squeamish about bats, but I don't know. I don't really want to hang out with them either. Much of Carbon County was without power from Sunday into Monday. Long stretch, more than 16 hours. Southern Carbon County was dark after lightning hit a power substation, left about 5,600 homes and businesses without juice, including the police chief, Michael Ward, who woke up and said, well, this is going to be a long day today on this Monday. We're going to have cops out there at the traffic lights directing traffic because the power's out. We're going to have to respond to all kinds of stuff because the power's out. This is going to be a busy day for the cop shop. I'm going to need a cup of coffee, says Chief Ward. And he goes to the coffee machine. He's like, oh, man, that needs power. Isn't that funny how when the power goes out, here's when power goes out at my place, isn't that funny how quickly we forget what requires power? We're like, oh, dang, the power's out. I guess I'll email my friend and ask him if his power's out. Oh, I can't email. The router's out. The router needs power. Well, I guess I'll have a cup of coffee. Oh, I can't make coffee. I don't have a... You forget about all the things you need that run on electricity. Police Chief Michael Ward said, I'm going to need a big pot of coffee this morning. And then he thought, darn, that's not going to happen. And then he said, I heard a rumor that children were setting up coffee stands like lemonade stands. Good for these kids. Smart. Here's two of them here. I'm looking at a photo of two kids that are selling coffee. They could sell it for more than $2 a cup. Kids, you should take advantage of desperate demand. But instead of lemonade stands, these enterprising young kids figure, okay, nobody's got coffee. The power's out. Maybe they have a jackery or some kind of battery power. Maybe they have a generator. And they start pumping out coffee they must have done some pretty good business there. Roadside stand, a pop-up coffee stand. And these kids were killing it. The chief had to go get coffee there. School was canceled Monday due to the power outage, but they got things working again by about 11:30 in the morning, and power's back. Yeah, lightning strike at a substation. That'll do it, huh? Jimmy Orr has a story. He'll introduce you to the three candidates hoping to replace State Senator Darren Smith. They were selected yesterday during a meeting, I guess a meeting that was really hot. Like outdoors, it was comfortable, but indoors, for some reason, it was 95 degrees. Is Is that because there was no AC? Jimmy was there. He said by the time the meeting started, temperature outside was 75, but inside the building, it was 95 degrees. 100 people packed into the hall, the VFW hall in Guernsey. Maybe they have no AC in this hall. The people that packed in there were voters of who they wanted to replace Darren Smith. They were GOP committeemen and committeewomen of Laramie and Platte counties. Darren Smith was tapped to be the U.S. attorney for the District of Wyoming. And he's going to await Senate confirmation. And he may be waiting and waiting and waiting. He and dozens of others still waiting for confirmation. So his seat for Senate District 6, which includes parts of Laramie County and all of Platte County, his seat will have to be filled. And the way you do it is you get your top 3 vote getters and you put them to the test. Roy Burt of Wheatland emerged yesterday. So too did Taft Love of Cheyenne and Jeff Barnes of Cheyenne. Those are the 3 looking to fill the seat for Senate District 6. Hey, let's do a little rodeo, the Western Ag Network Rodeo Roadshow.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Another one of our great rodeos we had over the weekend was the Salmon Stampede in my hometown of Salmon, Idaho. So one of our great affiliates on the Western Ag Network is KSRA of Salmon and Chalice. We'll talk about the results of the big Salmon Stampede on the Western Ag Network coming up next.
CattleCon 2026 heads to the heart of Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Music City is the place to be for the largest cattle industry event of the year, offering education, networking, and fun. Plus, you can check out the huge NCBA trade show, outstanding entertainment, and more. Go where the beef industry meets. CattleCon 2026 in Music City, downtown Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Visit convention.ncba.org for more.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
The results of the Salmon Stampede in the bareback riding, Sage Allen from Blackfoot, Idaho, the #1 rookie in the rookie race of professional rodeo, and he's in the top 20 in the world right now. He wins the Salmon Stampede. In the steer wrestling, Winston McGraw from Gill, Colorado, wins the steer wrestling. The team roping was split by Gunnar Plenty and Mason Trollinger from Montana, and Clint Summers of Florida, and Jade Corkill, a 3-time world champion team roping on the heeling side, originally from Nevada, living down in Texas right now. In the saddle bronc riding, Stetson Wright was 89.5 to win the saddle bronc riding event. His younger brother, Ryder Wright, was second by a half a point with 89, and the next youngest brother, Statler Wright, was third, and his uncle Spencer was fourth, all in Salmon, Idaho. In the tie-down roping, Chance Oftedal from Minnesota wins the tie-down roping. The breakaway roping and barrel race were won by Kaylee Kessel from Tendoy, Idaho, and in the bull riding, the crowd was electrified by an 86.5-point ride by Utah's Tyler Bingham. There's the results of Salmon on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yes, continues. After this, we need to take our final break of the day. The Cowboy State Daily Radio Network will be back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Well, ladies, I'm talking to you. Not all you single ladies, all you ladies in a relationship, whether you're married or you've got a boyfriend, steady, you going steady. All you ladies that got a man, but you're a little worried your man might have a side piece, might be having an affair, might have interest elsewhere. Do you really hold his interest 100%? Women suspicious that their boyfriends or husbands will cheat. For a cool $5,000, you can find out for real how steady your guy is. Just employ the services of Lana Madison. She's a real-life honey trap. And she's kind of slid into this side business. She's an influencer by trade. I say that only tongue-in-cheek, but I mean, that's her day job. She's an influencer. Believe me, these influencers make more money than you and I. That's her job. But as a side hustle, she sort of fell into this by happenstance. She offers her service. She doesn't advertise it, but by word of mouth, if you know, you know. And Lana Madison, 29-year-old, is built like a honey trap. Let's just say if your guy has any inclinations of being unfaithful, she will ferret them out. She's, I don't know, judging by the photo, she's 36, 24, 36. I mean, she's all bust. And she takes, she's a real life honey trap. Never mind hiring a private detective. You want to find out how faithful your boyfriend is, just plunk down $5,000 to Lana Madison, the honey trap. And she will take down your cheating boyfriend, one boyfriend at a time, one flirty emoji at a time. She says, suspicious women hire me as a honey trap to test if their boyfriends will cheat. It's shocking how fast men fold. This story from the New York Post. I don't want to make you ladies nervous, but she has 76,000 followers. And she's offering her services as this honey trap. She said these guys, they slide into my inbox. They ask to flirt with me. I don't have to do very much most of the time. She said, when I'm hired by a suspicious girlfriend or wife, a lot of them find out what they didn't want to know. And she said, if your man resists my advances, I can guarantee you he's solid. If not, well, you've got your answer. I'm not here to ruin relationships, Lana Madison says. I'm just giving the women the receipts. Oh, man. Real life honey trap. New York Post has that story. New York Post has this story as well. This sounds like a pretty good idea. The newest trend in real estate is home buyers pushing for a sleepover before they commit. Try it before you buy it. After all, this is the biggest purchase of your life, right? Your new home, your properties. Some of these properties starting at six figures, most of them, millions. For instance, talking to Eric Albert, he understands. He's a real estate guy. He just put an 11,000 square foot property in Newport Coast, California on the market for $60 million. And he's quoted in this story that says the newest trend is home buyers asking for a sleepover before they commit. After all, houses are a huge expenditure. Eric Albert told Wall Street Journal, for $60 million, you should try it before you buy it. It's a smart thing to do. The latest trend in real estate is a sleepover. Maybe not just one night, but some parties are agreeing to perhaps a 2-month lease on a new home. So you can try it out. You can find out just what the issues are, like the rumbling train that goes by twice a day, mostly at night, or you didn't know you were in the alternate commercial airline approach to the airport, or you didn't know about the neighbors and that barking dog all night. These things you only find out when you live in the home for a little bit. What about a month-long lease before you buy? Sleepovers before you buy to try out that new property. It's the latest thing in real estate. Wyoming Game and Fish Report, Ray Hageman. We got to check in with him. Let's do that now.
Sage grouse hunters, do you have your permit? What you need to know next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Free annual sage grouse hunting permits are available again through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. These permits, initiated in 2024, are part of an ongoing effort to enhance the department's efforts to survey sage grouse hunters and gather information on hunting experiences. Nissa Whitford, Game and Fish sage grouse sagebrush biologist, says Wyoming has about 60,000 game bird license holders each year, and only a few thousand hunt sage grouse. She says the annual permit system allows Game and Fish to send targeted surveys to sage grouse hunters, ensuring more accurate and timely data to aid in the management of this iconic species. Sage grouse season runs just a week in Wyoming, from September 20th through September 30th. All licensed sage grouse hunters must carry the permit alongside their game bird license. This requirement applies to daily, annual, lifetime, and pioneer license holders. Wyoming hunters under the age of 14 are exempt from needing the permit. They do not require a license to hunt game birds. However, non-resident hunters under the age of 14 who purchase a game bird license and take their own limit will need a sage grouse permit. Falconers hunting sage grouse must possess the sage grouse permit and their falconry and game bird licenses. Whitford says the 2024 rollout of this new permit was successful as hunters showed compliance and provided useful data that will be utilized in management strategies. Whitford says, "We thank the hunters who made the 2024 implementation of the sage grouse permit a resounding success." She says we had 99% compliance of hunters obtaining the permit and an almost 50% response rate to our harvest survey. She says we're hoping for a similar rate of success this year. The sage grouse permit can be acquired at Wyoming Game and Fish Department regional offices or online through the department's website. Paper and electronic copies are available, and permits can be downloaded to a mobile device. This permit is not available through licensed selling agents. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
All right. Well, it's been great sharing the Tuesday with you, but we're just about out of time. Claire McFarland's story about the Rock Springs state legislator that's missed all of the interim meetings to date. Darren McCann said that he had no idea that the legislature was so busy when they weren't meeting in session in Cheyenne. Admits that he's had to miss a whole bunch of committee stuff. Check out that story and more in the Cowboy State Daily. It's all there. Hey, everybody, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, right here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.